All right, all right. Let's see here. Mic check, mic check. Okay, coming in. Nice and clear. Okay. Ah, good evening, good evening. Keep pounding nation. It's your boy Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram here of Blitzball Champ Gaming. Welcome to a brand new, fresh, live Carolina Panthers talk here on the YouTube, the Tube, and the Facebook. Wow, I can't believe we have finally made it to this point. Took a while, took some time, but we are back and in full effect, and it is time for a brand new season of NFL football, of Carolina Panthers football. Man, took long enough, but tonight we're going to dive in. We're going to preview the week 1 matchup where the Carolina Panthers will start the season on the road against division rival New Orleans Saints. So right off the bat, a division game to kick the season off for the Carolina Panthers. We got quite a bit to talk about. But had to get on here, had to get the introduction, and then I'm gonna, let's see, let's open up the Zoom, and I'm gonna share for those that are interested in jumping in. Just let me know. But let's see, let me get some other folks in. But yeah, we will get started. But yeah, hope everybody has had a great off season. Hope all are doing well. Furious, welcome to the stream. I'm doing good. How are you doing this Friday evening? Hope you're doing well.
What's going
Hey,
on, Blitz? How you doing, man?
hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. We're live on my channel as well as yours, so
Hey, hey, hey. Cool deal, cool deal. Man, I can't believe it's time, bro. It's
I
time.
know, I know, I know. Crazy.
We've been patient long enough. Oh, week 1 right around the corner, just 2 days away.
Less than that, actually. I'm
Actually, yeah.
excited.
Actually, yeah, technically you're right.
They
Oh.
get a countdown meter on the official page.
Oh, did they really? Oh, nice,
Yeah, yeah,
nice.
which is cool.
Oh man. We got quite a bit to dive into with this week 1 matchup. Look at this depth chart, and it's like the team's still making moves. They just brought in another tight end. Just it's
It's
all
it's mainly because of the Ian Thomas and Tommy Tremble injuries.
yes, which was recently reported. Um, but yeah, we're diving into the fire, opening up on the road against a division rival.
Yeah, let me get all this stuff up on screen here.
Yeah, sounds good. Furious says, "I'm fine, just at work." Oh, hope your day at work's been Been going well. Hope you're staying productive. But we got us quite a matchup here. Alrighty.
And where's one?
Joe
What the heck?
Joe Valesco, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Where's my computer? Streamwise is just being a pain in the butt right now. Give me a minute.
Yeah. Take your time. But yeah, hope everybody how how's everybody else feeling? Are y'all ready? Are y'all pumped? Let me know how y'all are feeling. Like week 1 is just about to be here. How's everybody feeling? And I know they also got a game tonight. They got Green Bay and Philly tonight. And of course, they kicked off the season yesterday with a close game between the Ravens and the Chiefs. But yeah, the 20
Sound is low. Okay, let's go ahead and fix that for you.
What
All
is it?
right,
Is it your sound or my sound?
mine.
Oh, okay. Joe Valesco says, I'm good. I'm feeling good about week 1. That's good. Right on, right
Better?
on.
Is that better? Let me know, guys.
But yeah, got quite to dissect with
Mm-hmm.
this first matchup.
Yeah,
Going up against the team that swept us last year, but I got a good feeling things are gonna be different this time around.
I do too, actually. I think this is going to be a very interesting and tight game. Everybody's coming in fully loaded, fully healthy this time. And it's
Yeah,
unusual for a division game, starting out the year.
yeah, and there's quite a lot of stuff to point out because as the Carolina Panthers have bolstered their roster, so have the Saints. There's some key.
Indeed.
They've had some key additions to their roster. But to give a general overview, according to ESPN, the matchup predictor 63.2% in favor of the Saints, 36.5 in favor of the Panthers. Um, no surprise there, being that I figured that the analysts and the media would be against us,
Yeah, typical.
but it is what it is. Um, but yeah, looking at what the Saints have added in the offseason, they've added linebacker Willie Gay
Hmm.
and defensive end Chase Young.
Yep.
So, I mean, having them also next to Cam Jordan, ugh.
Yeah, Chase Young was a major target in free agency. Um, so that's a great pickup for the Saints. We're going to have our hands full. It depends on who he's matched up against.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If
That's
he's matched up against Taylor Moton, we're in trouble. If
yeah,
he's matched up against Icky, then I think we have a chance.
okay.
Because Icky did show that fiery passion,
Hmm.
and it finally woke him up, during preseason. And I've been waiting for that. The moment he started pushing around Clowney, I was like, yeah, Icky's back.
It was definitely
Now
needed. It
go
was
out there and
definitely needed.
block.
It was definitely needed badly.
Yeah. Hmm. I still have yet to see that from Taylor Moton, though, and that still concerns me.
So you still have some concerns with Taylor Moton.
Oh, yeah. When I was watching him go one on one, in the offensive line drill, back on what was it, August 6th. And I saw this in person, up front, right in front of me. It was one defensive end, and he would just poke each one of these guys on the offensive line, you
Ah,
know, and Taylor Moton just kept getting beat over and over and over again, no
oh that
matter how many times they ran that drill
oh that's not good.
for about a 7 to 8 minute drill there. And it was like, really? When you're still getting beat up and pushed around like a tackling dummy, we got a problem, and you're a starter.
Yeah. Um.
And to further complicate things, how many tackles did you see us actually sign in this preseason? Not many.
Yeah. Definitely not many.
The market was very shallow there, so there weren't many
Hmm.
out there. So that's one problem. You had to go and get these guys while you could. Two, even if we were able to get one of these guys, how much are you paying them? Because we paid Gabe $100 million, and now we're facing a cap problem, which we just finally restructured Taylor Moton. I've been asking for that for 4 months, by the way.
Yep. They finally pulled the trigger on that.
Ugh, about time. It's about time. We got 10 mil out of that with him and one other player that got restructured, but and I forget who that was. But it doesn't matter. 10 mil, it is great. Thank you.
Yeah. For sure. For sure.
So I just really wish that had come a couple of months earlier so we could use that 10 million and just play around with it a little bit more.
It would have been nice. It definitely would have been nice.
Go pick up a tackle, pick up maybe a corner, pick up something that we need, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
while
Absolutely.
the market was still getting good.
Costa the Cray Cray Greek says in the league where they play for pay. This is true. Joe Valesco says people are doubting us. I cannot wait for this team to prove them wrong.
I mean, people are going to constantly doubt us anyway.
True. Yeah,
People
that's
doubted us before we went on that 15-1 run, you know, and it's just people are going to doubt this team no matter what you do.
this is
So what
true.
you do is just focus on you, what you can do and what Dave Canales believes that we can do.
Right.
Just go out there and take care of business. Show them who we are.
That's what we got to do.
Show We have to be sharks. We cannot be the bait. We have to be the sharks. You know, and it's time that we become the predators of the jungle. And we're starting that journey this year. Next year we'll become full predators because we'll have the full depth chart filled up. In
Hmm.
year two, we'll have proper depth, and you're not going to solve that offensive line in 1 year, not 2 years, but probably 3 or 4.
Mm.
So it's going to take time before we can get to where the Lions are offensive line wise. And it took that coach time as well to do that. So I think we're following that same blueprint. So it's going to take time.
Yeah, that's understandable. And speaking of which, we're not the only ones that did a little bit of offensive line shuffling. The Saints have too. They've
Hmm.
they've picked up some new bodies. Talise Fuaga at tackle was a first round draft pick. Um,
Hmm.
of course, they still got Trevor Penning, Eric
Yep.
Eric McCoy at center, left guard Lucas Patrick, right guard Cesar Ruiz.
Yep.
So they've got a new look offensive line. The only name that was familiar to me was, of course, Trevor Penning.
Yep. Same for me.
But yeah, so that'll be really interesting. And they have a rookie offensive coordinator making his offensive coordinator debut,
Yeah.
Clint Kubiak.
Hmm. And if
Oh,
that last name sounds familiar to you, there was a defensive coordinator for the 49ers named Kubiak as well.
yes.
So I don't think they're related, but if that name sounds familiar, that's why.
So, and apparently, word is, according to Mr. Kubiak,
Mm-hmm.
wants to increase Taysom Hill's volume in the offense.
That makes sense. Taysom Hill is a major weapon.
Yeah, we've gotten a taste of that before, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now what I'm very curious about though, um,
Mm-hmm.
Alvin Kamara. Um,
Yep.
if you look at his average stats as far as yards per carry, stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
it's been kind of on a decline. You
Mm-hmm.
know, Alvin Kamara's not quite what he used to be. So
Yeah.
it makes me wonder with this new offensive coordinator, like, will he become a threat again?
How many
Um,
carries is he going to get? How many yards is he going to get this year? Yeah, that's two very valid questions right there.
right.
And I shied away from him in fantasy for that reason.
Hmm. um, and then of course, he has always been considered a dual threat running back. And then
Mm-hmm.
you look at other offensive weapons. Of course, Chris Olave.
Mm-hmm.
They got Chris Olave.
They
Um,
lost their main wide receiver weapon.
um, oh yeah, that's right. They sure did. Um,
So even with that, this is still a very potent wide receiver core. So
oh
be very careful.
oh yeah. Cedric Wilson Jr., who spent some time with the Niners, and
Mm-hmm.
don't forget they did bring in. They still got Jamal Williams at running back, so they got a dual. They got a 1-2 punch combo on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So corners be very aware of what these guys can do and more importantly what they can't do. Take advantage of that.
yeah, absolutely. But
I got some comments.
oh,
Um,
go for it.
David Screw says, I'm excited about Jordan Matthews and Sanders starting at tight end.
Yep,
I agree with that.
they are confirmed starting this Sunday.
Jatavian Sanders studies Greg Olson and looks up to him. Yeah, he does. And I'm excited to see the results of that because you're learning from the best tight end in the league, in my opinion. Maybe one of the top three tight ends in the league.
There's a reason he's called Mr. Reliable.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I'm going to shy away from best tight end in the league. I'm going to say probably top five tight end in the league
Hmm.
because you're still dealing with during the time that Greg also was out there. You had Gronk, you had Travis Kelsey, you had Zach Ertz, you
Hmm.
had a couple of others. Kittle would be included in that. So there were some really good tight ends during in that class.
Right.
So I'll say top five. But you're learning from one of the best, man, and that's worth something right there. If you can translate those skills to the field. Uh, I want to see Brooks when he comes up to from back from his injury and see what he could do. I agree with that. It's going to be week 4, is it?
Yeah, week 4, week 5.
Yeah, yeah. I shied away from him because of that injury in fantasy because honestly, it's all about getting points. And if you're smart enough, to take advantage and get those points early, you know, if he becomes available and he becomes a commodity on the free agent market in fantasy, pick him up
Hmm.
because it, he'll get carries. But it's just a question of how many, with our running back room. There's going to be a lot of split carries. Same with New England and their running backs. So that's why I kind of stayed away from teams that have like split carries with their running backs.
Hmm. Yeah, agreed.
Um, but yeah, I'm very excited as well. I think that was a great draft pickup, and I'm excited. I didn't see any of them during preseason at all because of the injury, and I want to know who he is. You know, likewise, you talk about Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders has kind of become that fullback role, fullback slash running back role now in short yardage situations.
Right.
That's how I would use him because from what we saw in the Bills game, it looked more like that was his role. With all the running backs that we have in the running back room right now, I think that's the right move. If you're going to spend that much money on Miles Sanders, it's iffy, man. We don't. It puts us between a rock and a hard place because if that's the role you're going to use Miles for, you have to pay him like a fullback in the next contract.
Hmm.
But if he shows any type of ability to do what he did in Philadelphia, then yeah, you have to pay him like a running back. So you're kind of right in the middle of that gray area, and it
Yes.
sucks because we're still not sure what we're doing with him yet. You know, it, there
Yeah.
were some people saying trade him. There were some people saying keep him around. Let's see what he can do. You know, some people have not lost faith in him. Like
Right.
me and you, I don't think either one of us have lost faith in him yet.
No. No. Not.
Yeah, I think there's something still there. But we have to get him out of that glass ceiling to find out what it is.
Yeah. Which I think they're
You
capable
know,
of.
yeah, under a decent coach. You have to understand we were coached by Frank Wright, who could not coach anybody on this team or develop anybody.
Hmm.
So there was that. So a lot of players get lost in development issues there last year
Hmm.
and under Matt Rule as well. If you've been here for that long as a player, so we'll see what Miles can do. I think
Yeah.
he's still worth maybe a fifth rounder if you want to put a value on him. If you were trying to trade him, but because it's still in that gray area,
Hmm.
you're not sure if he's still able to do it or not. But that's just where I would put him. Other
Yeah.
people might disagree.
Now, of course, big thing. Shout out to Coach Dave Canellis. This will be
Mm-hmm.
his first official regular season game as a head
Mm-hmm.
coach, and I have to say, quite a challenge, especially when it comes to play calling and whatnot against the Saints defense. A lot of notable names on the Saints defense, from your Cameron Jordan, Chase Young. They brought in Willie Gay. Don't forget they still got Demario Davis. They still
Mm-hmm.
have Marshawn Lattimore. Will Harris, of course, their rookie cornerback Kool Aid McKinstry, still got JT Gray, still got Honey Badger, Tyron Mateo. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Saints still have a challenging defense. So I think it'll be a good opening test to see what kind of offense Coach Canales and also Brad Isdick can string together. So I think it's going to be a good
Mm-hmm.
challenge. I think it's going to be a good challenge.
Let's see. David Screw says what's cool is Jadavian Sanders and Jonathan Brooks came from the same Texas Longhorns.
True.
It's cool that we got both. Yeah, I agree with that. We got the best tight end, we got the best running back in the draft, supposedly by the scouts in the PDA. If you judge it by the PDFF.
Hmm.
So I'm kind of stumbling for words there,
No,
but I'm
you
all right.
no, you good.
Hope says I think Dave Canales is going to be good for Bryce Young, especially after what he did for Geno Smith and Baker Mayfield's careers. He seems to be a quarterback whisperer. I mean, that's the word on the street.
That is evidence.
Yeah. But I think it's more than that. If you take a look at his whole body of work, as far as what he's been doing this preseason, it's been really, really impressive. How he's built this roster, how he's got a plan going, and he knows what he wants to do. He's got a roadmap. He's got a system.
And
And
I think a big part of it too, being that he's been a positions coach, he's been a coordinator.
yeah.
He's seen through the lens from different directions. So I think in that
Hmm.
aspect, that can really be a big help in really being able to help see things from an even bigger picture now that he's a head coach. So,
Hmm. And a couple of the things that he's been doing, such as uh firing up the players before they even walk out on the field during training camp and practices. I
hmm
mean, I love you got to love that. That's something you don't see very often.
true,
And also giving constructive criticism to players that uh, he has cut or released from training camp
right?
because he cares about these players. It's not just a name or a number on a page. He actually cares about these people as human beings, and he wants to see them uplifted and be successful, which is awesome. I love that in a coach. You know,
True, true,
yeah, you don't want another team to take advantage of that, and develop them using
right?
that advice, but still, that's pretty cool though. You got to admit, no other coach has ever done that I've seen, and I think it's really neat.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so like I said, there's a long list of those things that he's done, and it's just been opening up competition and encouraging competition with the team captains was awesome. I love that. It brings meaning back to the team captain status.
Oh
So you
yeah.
have to go out there and earn it each week now. That's beautiful. That's what we've been wanting is a team full of players that are going out there and wanting to compete for whatever they're trying to do,
hmm
you know, no
Do you,
matter what the position.
I was gonna ask you, do you find it pretty interesting that Bryce Young was the only offensive captain named, while the other three are defense?
I think he's seeing something that we're not yet. And I think once we get into the regular season and we start playing some games, I think we'll begin to see it as well.
I
Why
s-
he keeps getting will keep getting named as a team captain. And it
mm,
may not even just stick with Bryce Young as a captain for offense. It could go somewhere else, depending on who is hot that week and who's doing what, you know, who's earned it.
right
So
on.
who knows how that's going to roll. And I love that again, like you got to go out there and earn it. You got to ball out. Nobody on this team, no matter how much you're making, is exempt from that. No matter how long you've been on this roster, you're not exempt from having to go out there and compete.
I see.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's an echo. My bad. I kind of have to have the echo because he can't hear me unless I have this mic working. So I apologize about the echo. Um, but I think yeah, this could be really interesting.
Agreed. Um, and just in case the others didn't know, the other three captains right now are Sam Franklin Jr., Derek Brown, and Shaq Thompson.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think those are reasonable. Uh, I agree with the team captain list. It's that's for starters.
hmm
It may not always stay that way, but it looks good right now. David Screw says if you look at both coaches from Panthers and Saints, I don't know if anyone else noticed this, but the Saints coach seemed scared to play us and hardly any energy. But Dave seemed very confident in his presser compared to the Saints coach.
Well, if that coach was scared, then he doesn't need to be coaching. That's all I can say.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. For sure, for sure.
Yeah, can't be scared. Can't be scared now.
But yeah, I noticed little things like that too, David. And it's the energy is different, you know. The attitude is different. Everything that we're bringing in this year is different
Hmm.
than it used to be. So this is not the same Panthers team anymore. If the Saints think that we are, they're in for a big surprise on
Right.
Sunday
Right.
because we're going to bring it till the final whistle. That's who these guys are under Dave. That is our identity now. And we are doggone proud of it because that's the identity we've been wanting to get for years.
This
And
is
this
true.
team's been soft. It's been so soft when it comes to competition. You know, we go in there half cocked and we think, yeah, well, it's the Bears, and then we lose to the Bears. We
Yeah.
come out of a 3-game winning streak and we go, oh yeah, we're world beaters, and then loss.
Right.
And it's like it's time to end the cycle and start getting back to Panthers football
Yeah.
where it should be. Back like we were in 14 and 15, dominant. People are scared to come to Bank of America Stadium because they knew exactly what they were going to get.
Yeah. This is true. And we didn't lose any games that we had no business losing.
I mean, this is the attitude I wanted us to get back to for years. And if you think back, I was in the stadium for that Green Bay game when we took on Green Bay during 2015. And this was the best team in the NFC, folks,
Oh
besides
yeah.
us.
The game where Thomas Davis got the game sealing interception.
You could hear the screams for miles all the way into South Carolina when he caught that pick. That's the energy I want back in the stadium. That's the attitude I want this Panthers team to have. When we go in there, we're confident, we're fully capable of battling the best in the NFC and saying, we're not backing down. We're matching up well. We're hitting you with everything we've got. They're hitting us with everything we've got, and we know that we are the better team
Let's go.
going in. We don't even have to question it. And that day we took a 3-game NFC conference lead. Ladies and gentlemen,
That we
I
did.
walked out of there a happy, happy Panthers fan. Very happy. That's what I want us to be like again. That's what's going to draw people to the stadium. That's what's going to sell tickets. That's what's going to sell merch. That's what's going to sell food, drinks, beers, everything.
The works.
Yeah. When you come in there and you are dominant and you start winning games, people will notice. The media will have no choice but to pay attention to us.
Yep. That is true.
The haters will have no choice but to respect us again. That is what we need to get back to. And that's what Dave Canales has started the journey to get us back to. I believe it and I see it. I feel the energy right now. I felt it when I was up there in Charlotte. This was a different group.
Well, it was also really good seeing Dave Canales like running with the players and just
Yeah.
like keeping them constantly pumped up. I mean, I will
I love
say
a coach that does drills with the players.
he's definitely engaging like
Mm-hmm.
as many areas of this team as possible, which I mean, it's a big deal, especially, he's the head coach. I mean, he's at the top of the chain of coaches of the team. as the head coach. So it's really good to see those actions and just really, because like I said, I give the man a lot of credit with how he's taken on this role. Because, I mean, you would think back in the offseason, hey, vacancy to coach the Carolina Panthers. I'm sure it wasn't a very attractive offer, but the fact that it didn't really take too long for him to get the green light, you're hired,
Mm-hmm.
and him to just take it and run with it. I mean, that says a lot.
He wanted it. Everybody else threw that opportunity out the window and said, "Nah, we don't want that. Y'all have a terrible owner. Y'all have all this, that, the third. That's holding you back." Dave Cassell said, "No, I'm not shying away from the challenge. Bring it on.
Yeah, and I know there
I
are,
want to be put in the fire."
and I know there may be some out there that may question, okay, he had 1 year of offensive coordinator with the Bucks. Did he make the jump to head coach too quick? I know there's many that may have asked that question, but I mean, if
I don't
it's
think so.
if it's enough to the point where you know he's willing to be given the chance to do so, I mean, why not? You know what I mean? So I definitely.
Yeah, I think he's ready. I'm seeing a lot of head coaching qualities in this man so far. There's a long list, and I'm very happy with what I'm seeing.
So so one comment I saw, because I'm also I got your stream up as well. Uh,
Mm,
David Screws says, I understand what you guys are saying about he has a challenge week 1, but with all of the knowledge from Pete Carroll, 14 years, just wow. I'm really thinking it's no big deal for Canales come week 1. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
mm,
Has he taken in a lot of knowledge from Pete Carroll? Absolutely.
mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, he's got to be Dave Canales.
Exactly. He's got to
Like
be his own head coach.
he can
Don't jump the gun here.
he can only take but so much from Pete Carroll. Now,
Mm-hmm.
but now he has to establish an identity as a head coach now. This
Of
is
his own.
this is his season. He's being put to the test to establish himself as Dave Canales, no longer the student, but now the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
So while having having to work behind somebody alongside somebody for 14 years, the lengths of Pete Carroll has its benefits. Dave Canales has to be Dave Canales.
Exactly.
He has to also be able to do some things that separate him from everybody else, from every other good coach, because he's his own
Mm-hmm.
man. There's certain things that made Pete Carroll a good coach. There's certain things that made Andy Reid a great coach. And
Mm-hmm.
they differentiate. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we have to be shown what's unique about Dave Canales.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, learned under the tree of Pete Carroll. That's great. That helps. But
How is he going to make his own mark,
exactly, exactly.
his own unique stamp? And I like that point. I think you're right on that. We have yet to see what that stamp is going to look like, but I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, and he has the platform now. He clearly has the platform
Mm-hmm.
to showcase that, and it's exciting. And I'm sure he's pumped. I'm sure the teammates, the team, the players are
Mm-hmm.
pumped.
And
And
they're buying in.
yeah,
You can tell.
I mean that
You
says a
watch that
lot.
Bills game, that you could tell during the Bills game, these guys were buying fully in with the energy. And I cannot wait to see what's going to happen to him in the future here. That I think we found the right coach. Yeah, the transition is going to be smooth. Um, but as far as like, can we win? Do we have enough firepower? That's what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, yeah. Good point. Good point. But I think overall, I think he'll be fine. Um,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's immediate or whether it's gradually over time, I think he'll be fine because of how he's engaging
Mm-hmm.
this whole situation. Because I mean, he's coming into this, after the team had like the worst of the worst. So
Right.
there's gonna be a building aspect behind this,
Mm-hmm.
which goes back to one of the things that I said in our group chat. As much as I'm curious to see, how he runs the offense, especially with the new schemes, with some of the new personnel we have, I also want to see how well he handles adversity, being down and score, or
Mm-hmm.
bouncing back from a loss. I I want to see that more than anything
Mm-hmm.
else because those are going to happen. Like we might as well,
You'll get your opportunity this year, I believe.
yeah, cuz I mean we might as well get that out of the way. These challenges are going to come. But the real question is, can Dave Canellis, how does he overcome them? How does he defend and then counterattack, if that makes any sense? That's
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm very curious to see.
Hope says, I think Dave Canales proved himself last year when he was the offensive coordinator of Tampa Bay because he was calling all the offensive plays there. Because we know Todd is a true defensive guy. Um, he proved himself as an offensive coordinator, but he still has yet to prove himself as a head coach. This is his first year as a head coach.
Right.
So, well, yes, you are walking into the fire here, but you gotta come out swinging.
Mhm.
What happens if you get backed up into a corner if you're boxing? You're gonna come out swinging, right? That's what I want to see Dave do.
Yeah.
And you know, this dude embraces the fire. He says, "Bring it on. I'm hungry. I want wins.
Right.
I see the vision of what we can become, and I want it." You could see the intensity in this man's eyes when he talks about it and the passion about it. And that's something you can't fake on camera. Either you have it or you don't.
Yeah. And the only difference that it's going to make, if he just comes out just firing on all cylinders and just like working his magic and it's just flowing, all that's really
Right.
all that's really going to say in the end is that he should have been made a head coach earlier. That's really all that's going to say.
Correct. All
So
right.
so yeah, that's really the only benefit that I see from that. But like I said, is he capable? He definitely seems like it.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is like, we can't get it twisted. You know, through a
Don't
lot,
jump the gun.
yeah, because we have to remember through a lot of his career, you know, as a position coach, as a coordinator, like none of those positions do anywhere near as much as what a head coach does. And this is his first time being a head coach. So,
Mm-hmm.
like, I believe he'll handle it well, but
Mm-hmm.
do I think he'll handle it like without spot or wrinkle? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I
We'll
don't
see.
know. We will definitely see. Because I mean, it's a big deal. It's a really
Mm-hmm.
big deal.
The only near red flag that I saw was the way he handled clock management, timeouts, during the Jets right before halftime. And he came back out during the Bills game and said, okay, here's proper clock management, here's proper timeout usage, here's a 1 minute drive that's going to take you down the field. And it's just the most beautiful 1 minute drive I've ever seen.
Hmm.
since Cam Newton was running them back in the day. And I said, all right, you're clear. You're not in the red in that area anymore. My concerns are gone.
Yeah, and that goes to show that he is aware and knows to make adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
And
And that's what I'm looking for. That
so,
just proved to me that he knows how to make adjustments. So if he can translate that to the regular season, when we get into situations where we need those adjustments coming out of halftime, we know that he is a man that can do this now. So I'm very excited about that. Add that to his resume. Very colorful resume, I might add, going into Carolina.
um, oh, David says, oh, this comment for me. Doesn't it make sense? He already knows what he is doing. He is engaging with the players. I mean,
Yeah,
yes, but isn't he also supposed to do that though?
yeah, that's true. As a head coach, you kind of expect certain things from the head coaches. If you're a fan, and the players on the team expect certain things from their head coach as well. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah. So I mean, I chalk it up to him doing that means he's doing his job.
he's doing a lot of extra things too, and I'm
He is.
noticing that.
He is.
And you know, in business, when you're trying to impress your boss, you want to do that extra little bit. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he's doing that right now. He's in that phase of, oh, I got to impress the boss. You know, and yeah, the boss is going to give you more workload, but yeah, you can handle it.
And
If you're out here doing the extra little bit all the time, your efforts are going to be rewarded.
yeah, and that's and I believe that's the way it should be. I mean,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
unfortunately it doesn't always pan out like that. For example,
Right.
Steve Wilkes, unfortunately. But
Mm-hmm.
like and that's one of the things I'm kind of nervous about because
Well,
you
there were a lot of elements at play when with Wilkes though too.
true. I know when it came to like motivating the players, sticking by them and just,
Mm-hmm.
having that closeness. I mean, he definitely had that. And does Dave Canales have that? Absolutely.
Yeah.
My whole thing with Steve Wilkes was while that was praised so much, I mean, throughout the league, not
Mm-hmm.
just, the team, but throughout the league,
Oh yeah.
we have to ask ourselves, why hasn't he had another head coaching job?
Or an offensive or a defensive coordinator job in the NFL either. Because my whole thing is, we were one whole game away from the playoffs that we should have won. By the way, because the Buccaneers were not scoring more than 20 points. All we had to do was go in there and take care of business and not shoot ourselves in the foot. You know, but we pulled a cardiac cats in a Carolina Panthers, and we did exactly that. We shot ourselves in the foot again. But the thing is, you can't totally blame that on Steve Wilkes.
Right.
So my question is, after a successful campaign with the San Francisco 49ers, you want to go back to college? You're
Yeah.
trying to tell me nobody is going to hire him as a defensive coordinator after that?
Yeah.
I,
And
I don't understand. It makes no sense to me.
yeah, I definitely didn't understand either, especially with the season that they just came off from.
Yeah.
Um, but my whole thing is just when it comes down to it, I just think there's things that tend to show that when it comes down to it, win and loss record is always going to be at the top.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna attract the most eyes,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I used Steve Wilkes as an example. And I know David Screws was saying, yeah, we definitely didn't get those with Matt Rule and Frank Wright, But
True.
can we at least agree that we got a decent amount of that from Steve Wilkes? Can we at least agree on that?
Absolutely.
Because and the reason why I point that out, David, is we got that from Steve Wilkes, yet he never got another head coaching opportunity anywhere.
I
What?
would have loved to see what Steve Wilkes could have done with an entire offseason in a full regular season.
Yeah,
It's
and
probably going to look like Ron Rivera's staff a little bit and his way of doing things, but putting his own stamp on it.
yeah,
But the roster building and the roster management would look a little bit better than what Ron was doing. And, everybody would be buying in. We would be winning the games that we were supposed to win and dropping the games that we probably should drop.
right.
So ultimately, it would look a lot like Ron Rivera's crew, but we would get there.
Yeah,
Eventually we would get there. It would take time.
yeah. And it just and it sucks the way that it turned out because, like you said, it wasn't all Steve Wilkes' fault. It you know,
Mm-hmm.
it never was all his fault. But
Yeah.
when, the record stands and the record's the way that it is, I mean, that's gonna attract the most over everything else. I hate to say it, but
And that was the major deterrent, that everybody was like, oh, his record, his record, his record. The only way you're going to get better on that record is to actually be out there in a head coaching role.
yeah,
So we gave him that opportunity and he increased his record,
yeah,
and he did the very best he could do to max out that schedule. So I'm pleased with it. I'm happy with it.
yeah, and
I couldn't have asked anything more of him than what he did.
yeah. So I definitely hope the same doesn't result for Dave Canales as well, because I mean he's already coming into this with a fresh, clean slate, just hungry. Like you said, Corey, hungry. And I hope it translates and it works out for him. I really do. So should
And yeah, he has gotten the backups fired up as well. And that's the energy he brings. And that's the energy we've been needing.
agreed.
I
Eh,
mean, that's not the end all be all though. There's so many elements that go into uh, what it takes to win and win consistently. That you've got to be able to show all the elements and have all the pieces. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. If we don't have the depth, it's not going to happen. You know, if we got a ton of people on the injury list, it's not going to happen. We have to have the schedule going our way. If that's not happening, we're not getting where we want to go. You know, to where your dream number is. With all due respect, it takes all the elements to get there. So when you really look at the Chiefs and how hard it is to get where they got, look at all the elements that have to go correctly in order for that to happen.
right.
It's just insane, and to win two Super Bowls, much less three in the last 5 years, the amount of things that have to go right are insane. And the stars are truly aligning for KC, and I'm excited for them, because I love Andy Reid. I love everything that Andy puts into the Chiefs, and I love everything that he's doing. And I wish he had gotten that with Philadelphia back in the early days, because he had Donovan McNabb and all the weaponry, all the pieces that he could want, and
hmm
it just didn't work out for him. But
Right,
now
right.
he's got three Super Bowls in the trophy case. He could just sit back, eat his cheeseburger, and just have a great old time, you know? And I love that. But to keep being able to reload and keep doing what he's doing, it takes a lot. New England managed to do this for 20 years. Think
Yeah.
about this. This is just early stages for KC. This is a fourth of what New England was doing.
Hmm.
So to be able to do that for 20 years, I mean, that's God tier to be able to reload like that and keep reloading, and keep reloading every year.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, uh, David says, just saying, guys, when do we see an exciting preseason game? We didn't even see this with Cam not in preseason. I got,
Well, it's preseason.
I got a good example. David, I don't know if you watch pro wrestling, but I'll give you an example of something. So occasionally there may be a wrestling match that's unsanctioned. Like it might be a hardcore, weapons free, unsanctioned, lights out match. Can be as brutal as ever, but guess what? Because it's unsanctioned, it doesn't count on the record books. That's pretty much what these preseason games are. Like
Good analogy.
you get a lot out there. You get a lot of the rehearsal, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
what you want to try out there. But at the end of the day, it's not added to the coach's resume. It's not added to their record. Therefore, they don't officially count. Like, can they be exciting? Absolutely. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, are they good to go to? Of course. I mean, they're available to go to, and if you're able to go, definitely go.
Right.
But at the end of the day, they don't count on the record books. I mean, and
Yeah.
that's just the truth.
And neither do practices.
Now, you use them to the most of what they are as far as testing
Mm-hmm.
some things out, running your squad,
Mm-hmm.
getting a good look at the players that you most likely won't see much of, barring any crazy injuries or whatnot
Mm-hmm.
throughout the season. That's really the top benefits of preseason, not record. I mean, I remember there was a season under John Fox where we went 4-0 in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do anything, So it's like we can't overanalyze and we can't overestimate the value of something that doesn't hit that value. Like officially hit that value. I mean, are preseason games
Yeah.
necessary? Absolutely. But
Mm-hmm.
when it comes specifically to record, it does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. In that aspect, it does nothing when it comes to record.
And I'll add to that point when it comes to practices too. Yeah, we had a great joint practice against the Jets. But again, it's practice. You know, that's not a real game. And it counts as nothing. So yeah, while all of those things are being taught and learned in practices and preseason, at the end of the day, they don't count towards regular season and we're not getting anywhere, ultimately.
But
It's like sitting in a rocking chair and just rocking for like 5 hours. You're not doing anything but just rocking there,
yeah, yeah, exactly.
ultimately.
Um, but David, you're missing the point of the analogy. You're missing the point of the analogy. No,
Right,
it's
buddy.
not pro wrestling, but look at the analogy. I'm speaking on something because of how it's set, because of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't officially count in the record books. Like
Right.
answer this question, David. Do preseason games count on the record books? Is that shown on the record books as far as a coach's resume or it counting towards anything? That's all I'm saying. That's literally all I'm saying.
The point of preseason is not just to put on a good show.
Right.
It's
Right.
we're trying to cut down the roster. We're trying to make sure that we get the best 53-man roster we could possibly build. And in some ways, putting these guys into live game situations is the only way to truly test them and find out what they learned.
Right.
You know, are they going to sink or are they going to swim?
Exactly.
And the ones that sink don't make the roster. Ultimately, you might make the practice squad, maybe if you show some potential, but that's about it.
Yeah. And there's also other aspects that count even more. I mean, especially, the impact of injuries, which like I
Mm-hmm.
said, which like I've said before, we can't predict injuries. I mean, I'm pretty sure nobody predicted Kelvin Benjamin getting hurt in preseason. Well, actually,
Right.
what it was either preseason or practice with him that he got hurt and was out for the season.
I want
Did
to make a couple of points when it comes to injuries. One, we've had a bad history of injuries,
hmm
and Ron Rivera used to play people just to give us the best chance to win, even though they were still injured, and it made them worse
right,
injury wise. We got rid of that,
right,
and the injuries still kept piling up.
right,
The biggest thing you can do is try to prevent the preventable injuries. You can't you can't help the ones that are not preventable. But it
right.
starts with yet again Mr. Tepper changing out the turf.
Yep. I don't know when he's gonna ever do
Every
that.
stream, I'm gonna call this out. I'm telling you, until you do it. We're at the count of 10 now. We're at the count of 10.
Dang, you've been keeping count.
Yeah. This is gonna
Dang,
be hilarious. It's like
dang.
stream number 1,000, and Tepper still has not changed out the turf. Yeah, we're gonna
Wow.
get to that point probably because Tepper is just that stubborn. But anyway, uh, you know, that's one of the ways that you could do it. Ron Rivera actually introduced some stretches, new stretches. The year before he was fired, and for training camp, and they're still doing those stretches today, and it's helped. But we're still getting a bunch of injuries during practices, and it makes you wonder. Okay, what is going on during these practices that is causing these injuries? Because you got finger injuries, you got all kinds of weird injuries,
hmm
and these players are not available on Sundays because of it. So yeah, I understand it's next player up. I get it. And that's the answer you're going to get from all the coaching staff. But you have to wonder what's going on here. And the questions begin with the strength and conditioning coach
Right.
every year. What is happening here? Because who was it that got the finger injury? I think it was like, oh, shoot. I saw that today. And I was like, really? How does that happen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
How
it's
does
just
that
the most
happen?
freak accident injuries, like stuff you would not expect. And there's a massive pattern that went on for a while of like ankle injuries and stuff having to do with hips
hmm
and stuff dealing with the turf. It's a pattern, Mr. Tepper. I'm trying to tell you it's a pattern. Everyone's seeing it but you for some reason. Come on, man. Wake up.
Yeah. Um.
Take care of your investment. These guys are worth millions and billions of dollars. If you want to see success on the field, get them healthy and keep them on the field.
Indeed. It's
That's not the coach's job. That's partially your job too because you're not changing out that turf.
yeah.
And that goes double for the soccer team that you want to install in this team too, in this stadium. And uh get them successful. They play on grass too.
Exactly. Uh,
So
I saw Hope's comment. I know before they had Frank Wright, they were interested in you happen
and the offensive coordinator from the Lions,
yeah, Ben Johnson. If honest opinion, would you rather have Dave Canales or Ben Johnson?
Dave
Honestly,
Canales,
Dave Canales embraced it. Ben Johnson, I think he was hesitant. I think once he saw
understandably hesitant.
I think once he saw how David Tepper did things and just the state of the team, he was probably like, you know what? I'm gonna do one more year at coordinator. I'm gonna just do one more year at coordinator. You know what I mean? Like,
Look for a different opportunity.
yeah. So
He'll get his opportunity. He will.
yeah. So I think there was some hesitation.
Plus, Detroit just came off like a 10 or 11 win season last year, made the playoffs.
Yeah,
So he wants to build on that success.
yeah. I mean, part of me at first was a little hopeful because he is a Carolinian. He's originally from
Mm-hmm.
from South Carolina, Charleston, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I mean, I was a little hopeful, but I don't know. I just feel like Dave Canellis embraced the opportunity. He was like, "Bring it on," and here he is. So I think
If you were,
I think we
if
went
you
with the
were
guy that
paying
wanted
it,
it more. You know?
yeah, yeah. If you were paying attention to what Dave Canales was doing in Tampa, yeah, you would have picked Dave. In point 0.5 seconds.
Yeah.
But if you were not paying attention to Dave and you're like, I know absolutely nothing about this dude, and you see Ben Johnson, of course you're going to start leaning towards Ben.
And then
You
again,
know
the relationship between Dan Morgan and uh, Dave Canellis
that helped
that
a lot.
helps. That
Mm-hmm.
definitely helps.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I don't know how we lured Brent Tillis away from the Chiefs. That is a miracle in and of itself, and that's been paying off because he just got us out of the red. I think so. Let me double check. I gotta see where we're at. Patrick Sertain just got an extension,
sure
4
did.
years, $96 million. That's 24 million per year.
Oh,
Good
and
for him.
and Jalen Ramsey got his aid. He got a 4-year extension, 73 mil, making him the highest paid cornerback.
Yep. So we've got Cameron Hayward with an extension, 2 year extension for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got Samuel Cosme,
Uh,
4 year extension with Washington. Cameron Dicker,
uh,
four
Pat
year
Pat
extension.
Pat Fryermuth, the tight end from the Steelers, got extended as well.
Yep. You've got John Redigan got extended for us, 2 years. Or
Ah,
no, signed.
yeah,
Signed. So um, you got Brandon Ayuk taking away his opportunity to be traded with a 4 year extension.
yeah. I guess him holding out long enough ended up paying off for him.
CD Lamb got extended as well, so
Hmm.
that takes him off the table.
Yeah, he got mega paid.
Um, there's still word of Debo Samuel out there. I don't think he got extended yet,
I
but
think
knowing the
he's still up on the trading block, isn't he? I
yeah,
thought.
if you look at the current cap space, I'm about to bring that up right now.
Hmm.
The 49ers still have $46.3 million right now in cap space.
Really?
Yep.
Dang.
They've been with all of these moves. They've got plenty of money to extend Debo Samuel.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
that's a
not
good
about
point.
money at this point.
Yeah, that's a good
Unless
point.
he's being greedy and asking for way too much. So it's about something else, in the negotiating table. So I'm wondering what's going on there. Could be guaranteed money, could be something else. Who knows? But for whatever reason, they're not coming together.
Right.
And, you know, You look all the way down here. We are back in the black, ladies and gentlemen. $4.9 million. We're back. And it feels good.
There we go.
The scary thing is, we got up to almost $10 million in the red this past week.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if people understand how dangerous that is, because there is an NFL rule about, if you're stuck in that area, you don't find your way out of it, you could
Yeah,
be fined and taken away draft picks.
that is true. Would be quite devastating.
And I'm looking at the Vikings right now, just barely above the black with $903,000.
Oof.
Vikings, y'all got some work to do. Y'all better free up some money.
Mm. All that money spent toward Justin Jefferson.
Oof. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine?
But I mean, Justin Jefferson. I mean, he deserves to get paid that much. I mean, when you think about it, I mean, he's playing to that level. So I mean, hey, I mean,
And I kind of want to prove a point here a little bit. You got the Lions at $30.8 million. They've still got all that money sitting around. Can
hmm
you imagine if they started actually spending a little bit of that with the weaponry they already have?
oof.
Right.
Yes.
You got the 49ers at 46.3. I mean, some of these cities are just loaded, you know? Kansas City, for a good chunk of that time, was loaded too.
Yeah.
But you start looking at teams that have been consistently on the bottom, like the Cardinals, 23.8 million dollars. Spend the money, man. Go get the players.
Yeah.
Now is not the time to be stingy. Get some, you know, go spend the money. Go get some people.
Oh,
That's why you're still at the bottom.
yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Gotta make some moves.
Patriots. Patriots, same thing. 36.7. Third on the list. You know, this is why you're not moving up the chart. You're staying stagnant. Browns, $48.7 million at the top of the chart right now.
Right.
You got the Titans sitting at 15.5. Spend the money, man.
Gotta spend the
Colts
moolah.
14.9.
Gotta spend the moolah.
So when you look at the teams that have been spending the money, they're sitting down here at the bottom. These are consistent playoff teams. Look at this. You got the Dolphins, you got the Falcons. Giants have been hunting for the playoffs recently.
Yeah.
Chiefs just won the Super Bowl 3 times. They spent money. We just spent money. We're going to be up. We're going to be rising up. You got the Ravens, consistent playoff contender. Saints. Well, the Rams have always sucked since the early days. But, for the most part, ever
David.
since their Super Bowl.
David says, Blitz, can I say you're special? Yeah, of course. I'm a child of God. Of course I'm special.
There you go, man. But yeah, continue on. You got the Seahawks. Seahawks have always been in the hunt. Bills have been in the hunt. Vikings have been in the hunt. I mean, it's consistent teams that are spending the money that are in the hunt every single year, even if they don't win the Lombardi. They're staying there.
Yeah, yeah. That much is true.
So if you're one of these teams like the Commanders or the Cardinals, spend the money.
Yeah. Oh, the
Go move
Cardinals.
up.
The Cardinals could definitely do with
Mm-hmm.
some spending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't even
They
remember.
had so many opportunities during this free agency. It was insane
Somebody remind me,
to
when
pick
was the
people up.
last time the Cardinals were in the playoffs?
It's been ages.
Oof. Oof.
Last time I remember was back when we played them in the NFC Championship.
Oh, dang. I mean, we've at least
But
been
it
we've.
could have been sooner than that. It could have been sooner.
Oh man, you know what?
I'd have to double check that.
I'm actually kind of curious. Let me see, because I'm actually kind of
Yeah, check
curious.
on that. Check on that and see.
Last time the Cardinals made the play. Oh, actually, it was 2021.
Okay, fair enough. Fair
Okay,
enough.
it was not that long ago. Wow. Okay. Oh yeah, because remember 2021 they went on like a 7 game winning streak.
Yeah, it was kind of nuts. They weren't supposed to be doing that with the
Yeah,
talent that they had.
That's right. Because they had the top offense. They had the top
Yeah,
offense. Because I remember that was the year that we beat them when we brought back Cam.
it
That's
was
right.
Kyler Murray.
Yeah, yeah.
And Kyler Murray was a big part of why that offense was running as smoothly as it was.
Oh, he went off that year.
hmm And that's the difference making a proper coaching staff, and a good quarterback coach.
Yeah, because he
Cam
went
Newton had Ken
off.
Dorsey,
Yeah.
and also he had a lot of weaponry to work with.
Oh, and Mike Shula. I mean,
Yeah,
Mike Shula.
yeah.
He really did quite a.
I really feel like Ken Dorsey was a major part of the success of Cam Newton, though. If you really look back at his tech
Hmm.
skills and what he was doing and learning from him, because Ken Dorsey then went up to Buffalo and worked with Kyler Murray.
Or you mean Josh Allen? Josh Allen.
Yeah, Josh Allen. So I mean, look at the success of Josh Allen now
Yeah,
under Ken Dorsey and the little bit of time that he spent up there.
which I have been
So
hearing that he might be in the MVP discussion this season.
and I don't know, is he still up there or no?
With Buffalo, yeah.
He still is offensive coordinator.
Oh, Ken Dorsey?
Yeah,
Actually, I don't know. Let's find out.
I'm checking myself.
Yes, he's. Oh no, he's Cleveland. Cleveland.
Cleveland. Okay, so he's now working with Deshaun Watson. Ooh, I'm excited for that because if anybody can bring back Deshaun Watson, it's him.
Yeah,
That's his type of quarterback too. If you think about the style that Watson plays versus Cam Newton's, just about the same style, RPO type offense.
it would be a nice platform for and also for Deshaun Watson to kind of make a comeback as well.
Oh, that's super cool, man. I'm excited. I'm excited for Deshaun Watson right now with this opportunity. Take advantage of it. Learn all you can, Deshaun. This is big.
Oh yeah.
This man coached a quarterback, number one wide receiver, a number one Heisman winner to a Super Bowl. So, and then he did what he did with Josh Allen up in Buffalo
Right.
and got him a Pro Bowl. So I mean, this is a very accredited quarterback coach here that's turned into an offensive coordinator and just incredibly knowledgeable.
Yes,
I have
indeed.
nothing but positive things to say about Ken Dorsey right now. So, wow, what an opportunity for Deshaun Watson. As a Clemson fan, I am hyped for this.
Oh
I
yeah,
am
that's right.
absolutely hyped.
I forgot he was a Clemson man. That's right.
This is crazy. Yeah, and I mean, Deshaun Watson is a former national champion as well, 2016.
Right.
So that's now two national champions that this man is working with. Think about that, folks. Two.
It
This
does
is quite. This is getting to be quite the resume for Ken Dorsey.
definitely stands out quite a bit.
I I love this dude. All right. So But yeah, we're following the Detroit Lions blueprint, and I think with what Detroit has built, it's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
We're in year one of that. Um, let me see Detroit record. So if you follow kind of what's been going on with Detroit, they started out um, the first year under that head coach 3-13
Right.
before they got him in, officially put in. And then, that didn't officially count as year one.
Mm-hmm.
Year one was 22-23. Look at this first year, 9-8.
Mm-hmm.
9-8. What did I say our potential record was going to be? 7-8 wins, right? Somewhere in
Yeah.
that neighborhood, right? If we exceed that by a little bit, we're in the hunt.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for that. Of course, the Vikings went 13 wins that year, so matching the Niners.
Right.
But look at our division. They balanced each other out. Look at this.
Yep.
This has been happening a lot over the years in the NFC South. Eight, 7-8 wins puts you in the conversation for a wild card. With our division.
Mm-hmm.
But you really need to win 9 to actually get it. All right, so we'll come up just short most likely this year, which is okay.
Right.
At least we're in the conversation, right?
Yeah.
That's a far cry from that 3-13 the previous year.
Yeah. I mean, heck, 6 or 7 wins is a big improvement in itself over what we dealt with last season.
So then you advance to year two of this new coaching staff by the Detroit Lions. This is after a successful second offseason. Look where they are. 12-5, ladies and gentlemen. 12-5. This is what happens when you take this as a marathon, not a sprint, and you're patient.
Right. It's gonna take
And when you
patience.
look at our division, look at this. It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed, folks. That's with Tom Brady in the seat. That's with Tom Brady in the driver's seat in Tampa Bay,
Yeah. That's
barely
true.
winning the division over
Yeah,
the Saints.
that is true.
Not even Tom Brady can change this division numbers. That's saying something. So think about this. If we had properly built our team correctly over the course of 2 years, we could dominate this division for years.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can
If
definitely dig
these
that.
numbers stay the same as what we're looking at right here every single year, we will have the division crown for 3, 4, 5 straight years.
Oh yeah.
We will straight up become Green Bay and New England and KC.
Be on our way
Year
to a
three of the
dynasty.
Lions head coaching staff, we'll see.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, the Lions actually went to the playoffs last year and darn near went to the conference championships and got it. Think about that.
Yeah. And
They
the
were inches away from the Super Bowl.
yep, made it all the way to the NFC Championship.
They
Oh,
were this close.
only lost by 3 points. Keep that in mind, y'all. Only lost by three
Detroit
points.
and Detroit's not going away. They're only progressing and getting better with each year that they're under this coach.
Exactly.
They're going up the ladder. Each step ladder process, it takes time, it takes patience, it takes building your roster correctly with a great offseason each and every year.
Yep.
And under this coaching staff, I believe we could become that next Detroit Lions. I believe we are just starting that journey to get there. So year one, we're going to be looking at 7 to 8 wins, which is great because that puts us in a spot where we are between 10 and 15 on the draft order and gives us an opportunity with more money to continue this building process and become that next Detroit Lions year two.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where they got 12, we would most likely get 10 wins if we max out our schedule. We've had rough schedules, so keep
Right.
that in mind. So I'm not putting, you know, I'm saying take this with a grain of salt, with the schedule,
Yeah.
because I
Yeah.
don't know what it's going to look like year two. The league has been very brutal with this, so I'm putting the cap at 10 for now. But
That's
what
understandable.
if what if we manage to get 12 and squeeze out 12 in year two of Dave Canales?
Oh, that'd be big. That would
What if
statement.
we manage to get as far as the Lions did in year two with two great off seasons and keep building and keep building and keep building until we get to where the Chiefs are, to where we match up with them perfectly and evenly.
Yeah. Sounds like be on the verge of becoming a dynasty.
I'm excited. I'm excited. We are finally building this thing correctly. And it feels great. As a Panthers fan, it feels great. It is like water in the Sahara Desert.
I do think though at the same time as long as David Tepper stays out of the way.
And
So
I'm here to tell you, folks, this is not a mirage. This is real. This is the real thing. We saw a mirage last year with Frank Wright's crew. This is no longer a mirage.
yeah.
This is real.
So this week one matchup, the Saints. Now we already know both Tommy Tremble and Ian Thomas are out. In with Jatavion Sanders and Jordan Matthews. Was really happy that they brought back Jordan Matthews
I'm
and
happy they brought back Jordan Matthews. I like this dude.
Jatavion Sanders has had a great camp, great preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Definitely agree.
he's been working recently a lot with the ones. Like he was already doing great with the twos and threes and just
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There was continuity down the board. When you
yeah.
look at Jordan Matthews, you're looking at an 8-year veteran from Vanderbilt, 6'3", 236 pounds, and has hands, ladies and gentlemen. He has hands
Yeah.
and blocking ability too. So I like this dude. I like the potential of Jordan Matthews. I think we've got something here.
Yeah. And quite a interesting transition for him from wide receiver to tight end. But hey, he didn't look phased, that's for sure.
Yeah.
um,
And Jatavian Sanders, you're looking at a 6'4", 252-pound guy, from Texas, young,
yep.
hungry, and athletic.
Yeah.
Very, very athletic. From what I saw, even during, even on the 6th, when I was there in Charlotte, watching the camp, I
Mhm.
saw this dude. Yeah. If you're watching from the stands, you're gonna see the team coming at you, with the drive.
Right.
This dude's coming to the right side of the end zone. Some of you saw this clip, some of you didn't, but I saw it up close and personal. He reached up, got this ball, hauled it in, and then landed. I was like, okay, with that tight
Mhm.
coverage,
Yeah.
I was like, okay. We got something here.
Yeah, Jatavion
We made a
Sanders.
good pick with this guy. I like him.
Yeah, he's definitely if he keeps going the way
Good speed.
he's going to become a star for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah. That time and effort with Greg Olson has paid off. Definitely. It showed.
Yeah. So I expect
He
he's gonna
impressed me.
I expect he's gonna get a lot of looks this Sunday. I believe he's gonna get a good number of looks. Um, and to be honest, the injury report for the Panthers really isn't big.
No, it isn't. Let's see if we can find it here. Do they have it up yet? Um, I'm not seeing it. Maybe they have it up. Maybe they don't.
Uh,
Maybe it's under schedule. No, it would be under team if it was there.
I see. What? Wait,
It's not there.
what is it you're looking for?
Injury list.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the main list here.
so I go to full injury report on ESPN. I
Ah,
mean,
okay.
of course, they got some names that we already know about on reserve, like Jaden Crumedy, Sam Franklin Jr., Dane Jackson. Um, still DJ Wanham, Jonathan Brooks. I mean, there's some obvious names on there, but
Report. Let's
but
see.
um,
Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go for ESPN. I'm looking at what you're seeing.
yeah,
Josh Neiman questionable. Tommy Tremble out. Ian Thomas out.
yeah,
Cromedy IR. And Sam Franklin Jr. IR. He made the 53, didn't he? Sam Franklin?
yeah. He's one of our captains.
Okay, okay, okay. Dane Jackson, which I knew something was going to happen with this dude. I had a gut feeling as soon as I heard that name for the first time, something just told me,
Uh-oh.
get load up on corners. I don't know what it was, but for some reason I managed to somehow know that something was going to happen there. And I said, okay, with our history of corners, we need to load up. That's why I was putting so much stress on corners. I didn't want to say anything publicly because I wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because you never want to say something like that and then look foolish, when they stay healthy.
Right.
But there was just this feeling in the back of my mind that something was going to go down with either Horn or Dane, and it was leaning towards Dane because Dane I knew nothing about,
Oh, I see.
and I said, okay, let's load up, let's focus on getting this corner room filled out. We'll see. If he pans out, he pans out. If he doesn't, then he doesn't. At least we'll have the help.
Right. Right.
But
Um.
yeah, we need to talk about that corner room, but we'll get to that after this injury list here.
Yeah. So,
Barno, I mean, wasn't he hurt last year too?
yeah, for the most part,
Mm,
I think he got in some games. But yeah, for the most
uh,
part.
yeah, we
Um.
barely saw very many snaps from him when he did. DJ Wanham, everybody's been excited to see DJ Wanham. He's hurt.
Yeah.
He's out. And then Jonathan Brooks, of course. But you know, not too bad.
Yeah.
Popo's on the IR. Raekwon Williams is on the IR, which is a shame, man. I hate to see that happen.
Right.
Um, so we'll go through the Saints real quick, and we'll talk about these positions a little bit. You
Alrighty.
know,
So the Saints. Um.
Well, Saints injury report. We've
So
got DeMarco Jackson, the linebacker. We've got Jalen Ford. So that's two linebackers already. Kalen
Kalen
Saunders, the
Sanders.
defensive tackle, is out. Dylan Holker, the tight end, is out.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Gay, the linebacker, is
Oh, he's
questionable.
questionable. Oh, interesting. Okay.
He has a back injury,
Okay.
which is questionable.
That's one of the new signees.
Mm-hmm. A.T. Perry, the wide receiver,
Oh,
he
the wide
is
receiver from
questionable.
Wake Forest.
Yeah, I value him very highly. I like it.
Yeah.
Hand injury for
Oh,
him.
questionable. Okay.
So you've got DeMarco's got the calf injury. Kalen's got a calf injury. Jalen's got a hamstring. So you've also got
Yeah.
Nick, the offensive tackle, questionable. Nothing designated as far as his injury.
Okay.
You've got Rajon Wright, the corner, injured reserve. Nelfi Sewell, the linebacker, out with a knee injury.
Mm-hmm.
Pup list, I believe. You got Cameron Peterson, IR. Undisclosed injury. Tannock. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name.
Tanak Pasagnon.
I don't want to mispronounce that, so out of respect for him, but yeah, he's out. Achilles injury
Mm-hmm.
on the pup list. Keandre Miller, the running back, hamstring injury. Justin Hernan, offensive tackle, injury reserve. Knee injury there. Ryan Resnick, offensive tackle. Resnick has a knee injury.
Ooh, that's a big name. Ryan
Yes, it
Ramsey.
is.
Ooh, because that's a Pro
Yes, it
Bowler.
is.
He's out. Oh, oh no,
Mm-hmm.
he will miss the entire season. Oh
Yep.
man.
He's out for the whole season, ladies and gents.
Oh,
Wow.
that's one of their premier offensive linemen.
Okay,
Ooh.
so looking at this, you got two offensive tackles on the IR just right off jump.
Okay.
Um,
Oh,
you got a running back that's on IR.
he was a first team All Pro. That's what I meant to say.
Right. You got a running back that's on IR. You got a lot of these players are defensive players here. And the first thing I noticed was how many linebackers are hurt. Because if you're counting, it's one, two, three, four. Four of them are linebackers by themselves. Then you got the defensive tackles. Two of those on the list. So I mean, this is an opportunity to take advantage in the middle of the field.
Yeah,
With second or third stringers.
and their O line's going to be tested as well.
So what I advise for our offense to do, coming right out of the jump, is test these second or third stringers. Find out which ones of these guys are potential weak spots. And then keep hammering at them.
Hmm.
What you find it. Uh, for for our defense, knowing that the Saints offensive line is going to be significantly weaker considering the fact that they don't have Ryan, attack that.
Yeah.
Be aggressive. Dial up the blitzes a little bit more. Don't go crazy with them, but dial them up a little bit more. Because if you go crazy with them, they'll just throw it over top.
Right.
So you got to be very, very careful about that.
And
Derek Carr will do that too. He'll
yeah,
throw over top.
and I think that's one of the words that was mentioned in the know your opponent when it comes to Clint Kubiak. Uh,
Yeah,
word is expecting quick short passes. Um,
yeah,
with
because Derek Carr is a game manager overall,
hmm
and that's what he was in LA with the Raiders. That's what he's always been with the Raiders in general.
hmm
But you know, the reason the Raiders were struggling was not Derek Carr. I can tell you that right now. He is an above average quarterback that has the potential to go a little higher than that, in my
yeah,
opinion. When I've watched him, I see the potential to break the glass ceiling, but you got to have the right coaching staff. And it definitely was not in LA. Because the coaching staff in LA just kept staying stagnant. Like they keep not getting him the help that he needs to push,
hmm
you know, and get the Raiders to the next level. To where they consistently battle with the Chargers for second place. Like they've been staying stagnant and sitting in third place every year.
right, right,
And that's a problem. And that causes a massive carousel of coaches to go through the Raiders because you're not pushing forward. So getting Derek Carr out of there is a good thing for Derek Carr career wise.
right. Good
So we'll
point.
see what he does, with the Saints. Can he is he going to get stuck in that same situation with the Saints, or can he push that glass ceiling a little bit further and become that leader that he always wanted to be?
Right,
You
right.
know, because the NFC South is soft. He could take advantage of that. Here's the thing, though: we're rising up,
Yeah,
and if we do what we're supposed to be doing, he'll be sitting in second place again, which is not going to be good for him career wise. But at the same time, like at least you're making some progress. You know what I mean?
right.
So just putting some feelings into Derek Carr because I like the guy. I do. I'd like to see him succeed. I think he's got a lot of upside, but he's got to be in the right situation.
Yeah,
And
that's
before
understandable.
before Dave Canales and the whole group came along for the Panthers here, he was in a great spot to start taking advantage of the NFC South and taking that lead. So I see what the Saints were seeing in Derek Carr when they signed him. But but they don't know what we're doing right now. They don't know what we're brewing right now. And we're gonna take them by surprise in
So,
a lot of ways.
so as we dive into this matchup, um, what are you hoping to see from Carolina's offense against the Saints defense? Like, what do you feel are the necessary keys with this Dave Canellis led, Brad Isdick led offense?
I'll start with the fact that this is a West Coast offense. This is a run heavy West Coast offense.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Dave Canales wants to run, which you can do that. You could put a 60-40 offensive line together that's run dominant, rather than pass dominant, protection wise. And it can work. It's a little bit different from the traditional West Coast. So we're going to see how that works out. But I'm expecting right out of the gate quick, short passes. You
Yes.
know, get the tempo rolling early. And that's what it takes for a West Coast offense to get going. If you've watched Russell Wilson back in the early days, quick short passes, and then it started to develop into medium passes, deep passes. He started attacking
Mm-hmm.
once he got comfortable, and that's what I'm kind of expecting from Bryce once he gets comfortable with this offense. Start attacking this defense.
Mm-hmm.
Finding those little matchup issues. Those
Right.
little problems that are going to rise up for matchups with the Saints. Take
Yeah.
full advantage of those. And right off jump, just looking at this injury list, take advantage of the middle
Yeah.
because the West Coast relies a lot on slants and a lot of short, quick passes, quick release passes. You saw a little bit of that to a degree with Matt Ryan
Mm-hmm.
with his quick releases. But in general, Matt Ryan just was quick release on everything. That's the difference.
Yeah.
So you're looking at a 2.7 release time for Bryce Young. Matt Ryan was 2.5.
Right.
So I'm expecting quick release passes. Go through your reads. First one's not there. Second one's not there. Zip. You know.
Right.
First one's there. Zip. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see if we can get this ball out quickly and efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see an efficient drive right out of the gate. Now the problem is going to be, you know, um, the offensive line number one
Right.
because I don't fully trust Taylor Moton right now.
That's
And if
fair.
Taylor
That's fair.
Moton fails to do his part and block properly, here goes Bryce on the run again, running for his life again. In which everybody was to blame, everybody but the offensive line and the people that were actually at fault,
Mm-hmm.
which was Icky and Taylor last year. No, let's blame Bozeman, the man that only had a few holding penalties. Let's get him out of Carolina and let's put a injury ridden history Corbett at center. Like, tell me how this makes sense. Going into the first year of Dave Canales, I don't get it. I don't get it. You look, man. You can't expect Gabe to come out there and be Superman at guard and do both jobs at the same time. Taylor has got to step up
Right.
and get the job done. Give Bryce the time that he needs to get this job done, and Bryce will take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's got confidence. He's got the talent. He's got the speed. He's got what he needs. All the tools in the tool belt. Let him do what he needs to do. We've got a roadmap. We've got a plan now. We've got a game plan. Let's go out there and execute.
Yeah.
You've been
I
working on the techniques. You've been working on the footwork. You've been working on the hands. You've been working on the release time. Go out there and show people who you are, Bryce.
yeah. Um and I'll add to that. So run run the ball. Definitely expect a good amount of that. Chuba,
Yep,
a combo of Chuba Hubbard, Miles Sanders. I think they're definitely gonna get their carries in.
I like that.
I do expect to see some play action with some rollout with
Yeah.
Bryce Young because
Mm-hmm.
I will say Bryce Young has actually made some really dang on good throws on the run as well as with a clean
Yep.
pocket. I mean,
I'll agree with that. Yep.
we can date back to the 4th and 3 in preseason. The throw on the run to Deontay Johnson, that was
Yep.
fantastic. But it just goes to show that when Bryce has a clear path, the dude is accurate. Um, but like you said, the key thing is him having a clear path, him having
Mm-hmm.
consistent protection. You know, we cannot
And
he cannot be in a position where he's eating another 60 sacks. That cannot happen.
facts,
That will destroy the man's confidence.
facts.
And you got a 1-2 veteran combo punch at receiver with Deontay Johnson and Adam Thielen. Definitely utilize that. But you also got a hungry Jonathan Mingo who's wanting to have a bounce back year. You got a hungry
Mm-hmm.
first round draft pick in Xavier Legette.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely when the time comes to air it out, air it out.
Yeah.
You have a hungry Jatavion Sanders that's had a phenomenal camp and preseason.
And Bryce can do it too.
You have Jordan Matthews who made a statement and showed that, oh, we need to put that man on the 53-man roster.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they do? They made that adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like as long as the O line tightens up, I think Dave Canellis has his game plan. Him, Brad collaborating.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has his, he runs his game plan. Let them do what they got to do. Bryce, I know there's going to be pressure. I know there's going to be a lot on him, but run the offense. They give him protection. And honestly, even with the scary names on the Saints defense, because
Mm-hmm.
there are some.
Yeah.
But if this team can be aggressive, especially on offense, if they can be aggressive, like coming out of the fold and be aggressive, like a lot of these names are going to turn into stars. And I think the first one that's going to do that is Jatavion Sanders. And I think others have the potential to follow suit when it comes to execution. So
Oh wow.
that's really what I see out of what I would like to see out of the offense. But like I said, you know, those cornerbacks and that D line, they're going to pose challenges. Like when it comes to the Saints defense, those are the two areas, cornerback and D line, that really I believe can potentially be a threat.
So when you're looking at the wide receivers, and I got a couple of questions here,
Hmm.
but I want to make this point first.
Okay.
I saw some separation issues during the Bills game in our depth chart.
Okay.
Um, you know, Bryce was sitting back there for a long time, waiting on somebody to get open. I don't know if you guys noticed it or not, but I saw it because when when you're trying to run this offense on a Sunday, during a game day, these have got to be quick, decisive throws.
Hmm.
You can't just be waiting on guys to get open. So I'm a little concerned with that. Other people said there wasn't any separation. I disagree. I saw a little bit of a separation issue to where, yeah, we were trying to hit uh, David Moore a lot, or we were trying to hit Deontay Johnson a lot, and nobody else was catching the ball. Nobody else was even thrown to. And I'm like, okay, were these guys their Bryce's first options, or Jack Plummer's first options? You know,
Mm,
so
interesting.
I'm a little concerned about that. You know,
Okay.
first, second, and third options. And then you do a check down, and it ends up nine tenths out of times out of 10 being a check down. So it makes you wonder, like, is there an issue with separation? And we saw starters against the Bills, against their second strings.
Yeah, that is true.
So I want to know what's going on there. With it. And Bryce Young did not have that problem because it was a 2.7 release time. So, it was like sit right down the field, as you should expect. You
Mm-hmm.
know, we weren't using about like 25% of the playbook, but still, these were basic plays, and he was still zipping the ball at 2.7. So that leads me to my first question. Um, how do you feel about the fact that Deontay Johnson was named the number one wide receiver over Adam Thielen? And
Oh.
the second question is how many catches do you see Adam Thielen getting this year as a result of that?
I definitely feel like Deontay, if all goes well, he's gonna eat.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure probably, you know, Xavier Legette, Jonathan Mingo, like I said, they're looking to have a bounce back season, especially Jonathan Mingo. Xavier Legette's gonna have an opportunity to establish himself. So I mean, who knows? Adam Thielen could be the end up being the resident Ricky Prohl,
Mm,
which I would not have a problem with that.
okay, I would not either. I'm with it. Yeah, I asked that for the fantasy owners, that went after Adam Thielen, because he was the number one last year, and there was a strong connection between Bryce and Adam Thielen last year.
Hmm.
But because you named Deontay Johnson that number one, now he's kind of taking that step back a little bit, so he might catch a little bit less than he normally would, but he's still going to be dangerous.
Yeah,
So some fantasy owners have kind of shied away because of that, and I noticed that. So I just wanted to kind of address that.
yeah.
Also, for people that see uh, Brooks as an option, we discussed that earlier. Maybe with the amount of carries being split up, Brooks might not see that many carries this year. So if you're a fantasy owner, don't pick up Brooks, right away.
I think he is gonna be eased into the games once he becomes
Yeah,
healthy. I think they're gonna ease
yeah.
him in.
Once people see what he can do, after a couple of drives, they'll say, okay, let's ease him in here.
Hmm.
Let's give him a more increased role.
Right.
But until that point, you're not going to see him get an increased role. So that's why I advise fantasy owners to stay away from that direction
Hmm.
until then. So that might be week 5. That might be week 6. Who knows with Dave Canales' team here?
Hmm.
We got to see how this offense rolls first. We got to see what it does. And then we'll see, okay, how can you fit him in? What is his role? You know, is he going to be more of a pass catcher? Is he going to be more of a blocker? What is he going to be doing
Ooh, that's
outside of that?
that's bold, David. He says he thinks Brooks will be a starter instantly. Interesting.
Mm,
Right off the bat.
I don't know that I see that because we've been relying on Chuba heavily, and Chuba's been putting up the numbers
That's
and doing what he's
bold.
supposed to be doing. So
I mean, I don't hate it, but like that's bold.
yeah, that is a bold prediction, buddy.
I mean,
I'm not 100% on board with that one. You could go either way with that, really.
I don't get me wrong. I like the idea because I mean,
Yeah,
we do have
yeah,
to remember we did draft the top running back in the
yeah.
draft, and I mean, first off, I want to see how that knee is. I want to see how
Yeah.
that knee is. Like if he can, because he's a pretty decent size. What he could be a power back. He could pretty much be a power back, right?
Hmm.
So I mean,
I see him as more of a Jonathan Stewart type. He's
I
got the tools to get to that next level.
I, I want to see how that knee is first before
Yeah,
before I before I make any judgments. I want to see how his knee is.
right.
I want to see him test that knee. Because while some have been able to bounce back from that type of injury, it is not 100% guaranteed. So
Uh, Donna B asked, "Do we win Sunday?" We'll see. I I have a good feeling about this one. This is going to be different,
I
despite
believe,
the fact that we have a bad record in the dome.
I believe so. I believe we'll.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna shock some folks and start off on top. I mean, I don't even remember the last time we won the opening game. I think the last time we won the opening game was when we had Sam Darnold.
It's been a long time,
Yeah.
but I ran across a guy that actually had a signed helmet at the Comic Con. That it was like Sam Darnold and a bunch of people from that same year
Mhm.
signed that one helmet, and they were asking like uh $500 for it. And I was like, no.
Oof. Yeah.
Go fish, buddy. We saw how that year turned out. No, thank you.
mhm.
But it's just interesting that that popped up at like a Comic Con it where it had no business being. Go figure. I got this Greg Olson signed helmet there too,
Right.
which I saw 125 for this. I was like, "Yep, sold. I want it."
Yeah.
Yep.
But you know
But
some but you know something I will say with Jonathan Brooks, I mean, even before the injury, getting 187 carries and averaging
yeah,
6.1 yards a carry, I mean, it would have been
yeah,
nice.
that's definitely something to look at.
Yeah. I mean, he only had 10 touchdowns. Like to some that might be considered low in a season, but honestly, I mean,
Hmm.
6.1 average. I mean, he's averaged 6 yards at least in his college career, which is pretty
It's
solid.
impressive. Yeah.
I mean,
His counterpart, Braylon Allen from Wisconsin, was putting up the same type of numbers too.
yeah.
So it was a tight battle between those two as far as which one you wanted to draft. I'm not mad at either one, to be honest with you. I like them both.
Yeah. Um but like I said, I want to see him test that knee out. If
Yeah.
they put him in the game when he's ready to go, like, hey, get him in
Mm-hmm.
there. Let him run, you know. Um
I'm looking at this Saints defensive unit, and I see a familiar name,
oh,
Tyron Matthew.
Honey Badger. Yep.
Tyron Matthew is incredibly dangerous.
Yep.
Keep that ball away from this man. Same thing with Marshawn Lattimore. He's another one I recognize back there.
Yep. And look who's backing him.
Oh,
Kool-Aid.
Kool Aid. Good old Kool Aid.
And y'all best believe Kool-Aid will see action this Sunday.
Oh, yeah, you will. Oh, yeah, you will. Willie Gay is also dangerous. I
Yeah.
watched him a little bit. Cameron Jordan is another one.
Yeah. And that's a what? 14-year veteran?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cam is still a threat now.
Mm-hmm.
But
Brian Brees was Brian Brees was a former. Let me see. That name sounds familiar. Yeah, former Clemson Tiger.
oh, okay. Right
Yeah,
on.
6'5", 305 pounds. 2 year in the league now from Clemson. They drafted him
Ooh.
2 years ago.
So on one side we'll have Chase Young and the other side Cam Jordan. Ugh.
Oof. Yeah.
Oh, Icky and Moten are gonna be tested.
I'm very familiar with Brian Brees. He is incredibly dangerous.
Oh yeah.
So if he sees any action, let's try to get that ball away from him.
I was gonna
Otherwise, he's very good at stopping the yak.
Oh,
So
okay. In the
that
interior.
was one of his main roles in Clemson,
Mhm.
and he was exceptionally good at it as a defensive tackle.
I see.
But he was part of a unit though, so if you can kind of get him separated, you can make moves on him, but it's tricky. Um, he does adapt to them. Being that now this is his second year in the league, he's seen a good chunk of stuff now. So you want to be careful
Yeah.
because he's learned a lot.
How
He's a quick learner.
how do you feel about the ends, like the test for Moten and Icky, being that they have to go up against Chase Young and Cam Jordan?
It depends on which one gets matched up against which one. Um,
I mean, they're both
the
pretty
less,
dangerous.
yeah, the lesser of the two evils for me is Cameron Jordan. So if he gets tested up against Taylor Bowden, I think we may have a slight advantage there.
Okay.
As far as making sure that we have proper protection. But if
Right.
Chase Young ends up on Taylor Moton, it's over. Chase Young will absolutely shred Taylor Moton. I'm a little worried
Okay.
about that
Fair enough. Fair enough.
because I don't know what's going on with Taylor. Is he like ignoring the teaching of like fundamentals, like footwork, hands? What is he not hitting the weight room enough? What is going on here? And you have to again look at the strength and conditioning coach.
Yeah, and also
Either that or Taylor.
we also got to remind folks that last season Chase Young had the exact same number of sacks that he did when he won Defensive Rookie of the Year, which was 7.5. So just
Yeah.
FYI.
So if we're having separation issues, watch out for that secondary of Tyron Matthew
Oh
because
yeah.
Tyron Matthew is fast. He will come up on you and you're not going to have a chance.
Oh yeah. Don't let his height fool you. He might be only 5'9", but it's the honey badger.
I want people to keep eyes on him no matter what during the game.
There's a reason why he's a Super Bowl champion and a three-time Pro Bowler. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I want eyes on this dude. Whichever side of the field he is not on, that's the side you look at and you
It,
try to throw it on.
and it sucks too because I wanted him so bad and the freaking Saints ended up getting him. Ugh, there was a time I wanted him so badly.
And looking at the corners, you looking at Marshawn Lattimore. I would not test Marshawn Lattimore.
Right.
I'd be testing a Debo over here
Mhm.
because I don't know who Alante Taylor is. I don't know who Rico is either. But I do know Marshawn Lattimore and I do know Kool Aid. Be careful. Do not test that side of the field. If you have to, go slot receiver in those
Ooh.
scenarios.
FYI, Adebo has 18 pass deflections last year and 4 picks.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Oh, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah. He went from
Alante.
he went from 8 his first season to 7 to 18.
Let's check out Alonso.
Ooh. Yeah, Adebo might might be more of a
I'm looking at Alante Taylor.
Alante Taylor.
Let's see what we
Okay.
got with here. 14 pass deflections last year. One sack.
Jeez.
50 solo tackles out of 75 total.
2 picks.
Ooh.
Oh.
And a forced fumble. 2 picks and a forced fumble. Watch out for that dude right there.
Yeah.
That right there. One of our main Achilles heels last year was turnovers.
Right.
I want people to keep that in mind. Personally, I would attack the linebacking crew and test out that second and third string linebacking crew. Let's see how strong these guys are.
Yeah, especially if Willie Gay can't go game time
Let's
because
see if
because
we
he's
can find a
questionable.
mismatch.
Because he's questionable. So
Let's see if we
Um,
can find a mismatch, and I'd be attacking the middle of the field with the tight ends, which means Sanders might get a bunch of see a bunch of catches today, Sunday, I mean,
yeah.
and possibly Matthews would be in a blocking situation in a lot of cases,
Hmm.
but even he might see a couple of catches.
Right,
Uh,
right.
but if you got a really strong slot receiver, they would be seeing a lot of catches in that situation.
Hmm.
It really depends on where these linebackers are shifted, what they're doing on the field, what
Hmm.
coverages they're in. That's what you want to start taking advantage of. If you see holes, take advantage of it.
Right.
And with the 2.7 release time, this is an opportune time to do that because you got Tyron Matthews sitting back there as safety, so
Hmm.
he's got to move up in order to make these plays and
Right.
make sure that you don't get any more than when you catch the ball.
Right.
He's not
Right.
going to be trying for interceptions. He's going to be trying for tackles
Hmm.
in those situations. So mix it up and run the ball a little bit, you know, run it like a 60-40 situation, to where you're able to get the ball moving, get the six moving, move down the field.
Right. Absolutely.
You might occasionally get away with some screen plays, but
Uh,
these guys are very, very adept at shutting down screens.
hey, keep talking. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, y'all. Keep talking, Corey.
But I think with the secondary that we're going into, these guys are exceptional tacklers. Especially Tyron Matthew, especially the corners that we're looking at. So the yak is going to be what is going to determine how far down the field we get. So I think if we are able to put moves on these players like Alontae Taylor, or do a little shake and bake, I think we got a chance, man. Um, but it's got to be quick, accurate passes from Bryce, which again goes back to the offensive line. He's got to have the protection he needs. So it all goes back to the line on how much success we're going to have against this defense. But I'd be hesitant to throw it deep unless you see everybody stacked up into the box. Because Tyron Matthew will, at that point, try for a pass deflection or maybe a pick. He is quick enough to stretch the field and get over there. I don't know about the rest of these guys, but I know he is. Uh, so looking at this list, I think if you were to look
All right, I'm
at,
back. All right.
I think if you were to look at some of these corners, yeah, they can cover deep, but I'd be very hesitant to go deep too many
Yeah.
times because you got Tyron Matthew back there waiting for it. You know what I mean?
Right.
With
Um.
screenplays, you're more so dealing with Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder who Lattimore and Adebo, who would cover who, especially if our one and two is
Right.
Deontay and Thielen.
Which one of these two is considered the number one corner?
Probably Marshawn Lattimore.
That's what I was thinking too. So that would probably be Marshawn Lattimore on Deontay Johnson. Most likely is what you're going to see on Sunday. Uh,
Okay.
Occasionally you'll see him switch it up. And Debo will go over there, depending on the defensive play that's
Right.
called. But for the most part, it's going to be Lattimore. So screenplays are going to be challenging to execute on Lattimore.
Right.
So we're counting on Deontay Johnson to hold those blocks in those situations. We're
It's
counting on Matthews, the tight end, to come in and help out.
mhm.
So if we want to run a screen, say to Miles Sanders, then you would need all of that protection over there. You'd have to take Marshawn Lattimore out of the play
Right.
to where he can't get to it in order to get even just 3 or 4 yards.
Right.
Yeah, it's
And
tricky, man.
and we got to
It
remember
is.
Marshawn Lattimore, that's a four-time Pro Bowler. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And by the time you take Marshawn Lattimore out, here comes Tyrann Mathieu out of the backfield
Yeah,
because he's got
exactly.
speed like a cheetah. The dude can stretch the field.
Not to mention I think you showed on the depth chart Kool-Aid is behind Lattimore.
Yep.
Whoo.
Mm-hmm.
And now
So
that's somebody that could help mold Kool-Aid.
I think most of the running plays that you're gonna see are sweep plays, maybe where we open up those holes. But even then, you only get 3 to 4 yards because, again, that same scenario is going to play out. Marshawn
Yeah,
Lattimore is really good at stopping the yards after the carry,
that is true.
after the handoff. So, uh, can
Yeah.
we just name it yards after the handoff? YAH. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that. I like that better.
Um, and
Um,
and that's a fair point too, considering Chuba, while he almost hit 1,000 yards rushing, he only had an average of 3.8 per carry.
yeah, which
So
my advice for Chuba is hit that weight room. Let's see if you could break some more tackles.
yeah,
We know you got the speed. We know you got the talent. Let's break some tackles. Let's
yeah,
break some eggs. Let's make an omelet.
yeah.
Get
Because don't get me wrong, last season was
those
definitely
first.
was last season, despite the record, stat wise, was Chuba's best season, hands down.
Yeah.
But he needs to follow up,
Mm-hmm.
especially if he's going to push the idea of keeping his RB1 job because as David Screws mentioned, you
These
know,
guys are hungry.
yeah, we got Jonathan Brooks and
A lot of talent.
yeah, so now,
Hopefully that will motivate him to do that.
yeah, oh, I believe it definitely
I think
will.
so too.
I
I
just
would try like some ISO runs. I would try maybe a sweep or two every now and then, but just try to mix it up. You know,
yeah,
keep them guessing on which side of the field you're going to be running the ball on.
yeah,
Plus get that ball over the middle. Let's try to take Tyron out of the play by just getting quick release plays.
mhm,
For about 5 yards or so,
right,
and then just going down. You know, take take the hit, go down,
right,
get your first.
yeah,
And it builds tempo when you keep getting these plays over and over and over again. You know, it builds momentum
right,
and it gets you down the field. Yeah, it might look like game manager type football, but
mhm,
against this defense, that's what you have to play
right,
because there's talented people that can stop that stuff, that extra stuff that you're trying to do.
mhm,
So it limits your playbook down to maybe 3/4 of what you're looking to do.
right. So,
Short yardage situations, we use Miles Sanders, for 1 to 3 yards.
yeah,
Push
a-
the marker.
but I think once Jonathan Brooks is ready to go, I think the way you get him in there is
He would then take Miles Sanders' place and push those extra 5 to 6 yards
yeah,
that Miles Sanders is not getting.
and see that's the thing that I really feel like is gonna give Jonathan Brooks a great shot at this because he's
Mm-hmm.
averaged 6 yards a carry like
Yeah.
his whole college career, and
it's gonna feel like Jonathan Stewart and D'Angelo Williams again.
Yeah, because
Is what?
even Miles Sanders, his average numbers went down. Couple of
Yep.
seasons ago with Philly, it used to be in the fives. Now it's in the four and then the three. Currently
Yeah.
3.3. So
I see openings here. I do. And once Sanders gets comfortable, he'll look like Jonathan Stewart out there. We've already got Chuba that looks like D'Angelo Williams. So I mean, put them both together, we got our next 1-2 duo again.
oh, you mean what Chuba and Brooks or Sanders and
Yeah,
Brooks?
Chuba and Brooks.
Chuba and Brooks.
Chuba and
Gotcha,
Brooks. Once
gotcha.
Brooks gets a once Brooks gets accustomed to how things are done and gets comfortable,
Hmm.
yeah, I see it. Don't y'all see it?
That would be on.
Because
That would be nice. That would be nice.
we're off and running, you know, and we got a strong running back class behind that, in the room.
Hmm.
We got strong tight ends, so once all these tight ends come back, you know, we'll be looking strong, man. I like where this is going. We got a lot of talent on this offense. If we could just get the chemistry, and get the tempo, get the momentum going. And
Right,
the West Coast is a great, great system to run in order to get that going with all the talent that we put together.
right, right. Um,
So there's openings, in this game that we could take advantage of. You got to be careful though.
yeah.
I think running it up the middle, you're going to be running into Kayleen Sanders a lot. Saunders.
Hmm.
I'm not so much worried about Shepard, but I am more concerned about Kayleen Saunders and Pete Werner. Pete Werner is a good run stopper.
Okay.
Demario Davis is as well.
Duly noted.
So I mean, this is a well built defense by the Saints. A lot more well built than people think it is.
Agreed.
He's had 4 years experience, Pete Werner. 6'3", 242 pounds, but dude can tackle, man. He's a tackle machine. He's got 137 solo tackles out of 235, but he does need
Goodness
help.
gracious. Phew.
Yeah, the dude can tackle.
Well, then again, he played at Ohio State.
Yeah,
That helps.
he will occasionally knock down a pass. He will occasionally get lucky and get a pick. But the thing you got to look out for is those forced fumbles.
Ah, yeah.
Look at the fumble recovery, too. That's what I want people to pay attention to.
Right.
So don't think you're safe just because you caught the ball against Pete Werner or you got a few yards against Pete Werner.
Hmm.
Protect that football. Do not let him get his hands in there because this dude will try to get his hands in
Yeah.
there. Even in a tight situation of just getting 2 to 3 yards, protect that football
Indeed.
because that turnover can be everything in a game against the Saints. That one turnover could kill our momentum, that could kill our drive, that could give them the football, and they could win by 3 at any point during this game. That's always how tight it's been against the Saints. So be prepared for that.
Not to mention, do keep in mind their defensive coordinator, Joe Woods. The same Joe Woods that was the defensive backs coach for the Denver Broncos when they won the Super Bowl.
Ooh.
Just had to throw that out there. Had to throw that out
Ooh.
there.
Oh man, I wish you hadn't said that.
Hey,
it is what it is.
yeah. So I mean, hey,
Ouch.
that's why scouting reports are a thing.
Yep. Yep.
um, yeah. And he's got some weapons on that defense. So yeah.
Oof.
So
So let's flip the script here. Let's
yes.
talk about that Saints offense. We've been talking about Derek Carr. Um, Kamara, we talked about. Um, let's
Um.
talk about the fact that they lost Michael Thomas.
Yeah. Although
That's a big, big piece
it
of that Saints
is.
offense. But Chris Olive,
Oh, Chris
I hope
Olave. Yeah.
Olave.
Yeah.
Okay, Olave.
That
I
that
can never say that name correctly. I apologize.
that's their main go-to. But
Chris, I like you, dude.
but
Sorry
Rashid
about that.
Rashid Shaheed is on the up and coming.
Yes, he is. Very dangerous wide receiver right there.
Yes. So
Cedric Wilson. Uh, I believe they just got Cedric Wilson, didn't they?
uh
7 years
yes.
in the league.
Yeah, cuz he played with
6'2",
the
197.
yeah, cuz he played with the Dolphins and the
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Yep. hmm
So not any.
Don't underestimate this dude because look at the average.
Yeah.
Every year, double digit average.
Yeah, he might not have a lot of yards, but his average.
And that translates to touchdowns. Look at the touchdowns numbers. 6 touchdowns with the Cowboys in 21.
Yeah, his best season.
And just 4 games started.
Oof. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, that's something to pay attention to, folks.
Yeah.
So when he is out there for 4 games out of 16, he's put up 602 yards. I mean, this is not a guy to be underestimating.
Yeah, he's a veteran. He's definitely a veteran. Um,
Um, Shout out to David Screws. Have a great night, buddy. Um,
later,
let
David.
me just let me get his comments right before he leaves.
Yeah, go for it.
28-10, Panthers. That's what you
Okay.
think the score is? Okay,
Okay.
I could go that direction. Maybe I could go that direction.
That'd be a quite a way to open up the season, that's for sure.
We still have to kind of go through the Saints offense and the Panthers defense, but yeah, we'll get there. Uh, Dave Canales wants 2.7 seconds or less release time. I have no concerns. Okay, well, these players are still who they are on the Saints defense. So pay attention.
Yeah.
This is why we're talking matchups. You know, this is why we do what we do. You know, to prepare people for this so that they understand what they're seeing on Sunday. Uh, he also says, disagree. Brooks would be a starter. Brooks would be a beast in this league. Thomas Davis bounced back nicely. I mean, yeah,
But
yeah,
that
he did.
but that's one person though.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's a blessing and a
Anything
and a
is
miracle.
possible.
That's a blessing and a miracle, but still like I don't think it's meant for somebody to have 3 torn ACLs. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that's not
and
normal.
and not everybody is built like that. You know, not everybody has that type of durability. I mean, yeah, Bryce Young survived last year after being hit 63 times, but still,
That
how
ain't
much longer? It
that.
only takes one, guys. It
Yeah.
only takes one.
I mean, somebody's not supposed to take that many sacks in a season.
Yeah. And even Ben Roethlisberger, the mighty train built, tank built Ben Roethlisberger, even later on in his career, still got hurt.
Yep. All it takes is you get hit the wrong way. I don't care how big or small you are.
Mm-hmm.
You get hit the wrong way, you going down.
Yep. Yep. It only takes one time. And that's what I've been concerned about.
So Um, but yeah, 28-10. That man, that'd be quite a way
Yeah,
to open the
that's gutsy,
season.
man. That's gutsy.
Would be nice. I dig it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that happen. I think it's going to come down to matchups a lot,
Right.
which is what we're discussing right now.
Um, but like the Saints offense. Now, here's another thing to keep in mind. Now, as we and many have said about Dave Canales,
Mm-hmm.
making his debut,
Mm-hmm.
Clint Kubiak is making his offensive coordinator debut.
Mm.
So,
Fresh new face for the Saints.
s-
No offense.
something to think about. Like
Mm-hmm.
as much as folks may not know how we're gonna come out, we don't know what this guy is all about. So
True.
just something to think about. Like I don't know what type of offense this dude runs. Like
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
and the thing is, he was a passing game coordinator last season for the Niners, and where were the Niners? In the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So
This is something we got to pay attention to, folks. Be on your P's and Q's on Sunday.
yeah. So let's not sleep on this dude. I mean,
Right.
there's a reason why he became and got the opportunity to be an offensive coordinator. Because I mean, we've been saying the same thing about Dave Canales. So just
I
saying,
think I think you're gonna see an offense that's tailored towards Derek Carr
right?
because Derek Carr had his opportunity in Vegas, and his offense wasn't really suited to his abilities. So I think if you suit the offense to Derek Carr's abilities, it may help him break that glass ceiling. So with all this weaponry, and then you got protection like Trevor Penning, this could be the opportunity Derek Carr is waiting for to kind of settle in comfortably with a new offensive coordinator that has a new system. That you know is the OC going to work with him, or is he going to be working with the OC? So you kind of have to flip flop back and forth there to see which one it's going to be.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, so correction. His second stint with the Minnesota Vikings, he became offensive coordinator replacing his father Gary Kubiak, who retired.
Mm, mm,
Okay,
okay,
okay. That makes more
okay,
sense. Cuz you had said the last name and couldn't think of the first name. Gary Kubiak. That's what it was. Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I stand
You're
corrected.
still dealing with a Kirk Cousins Vikings offense though,
Yeah,
which was very very potent last year.
not to mention, let's see, that was 2021. Here, let me let
It
me
was still potent then too.
let me dig into this. 2021. What did they do 2021? Okay, they finished 8 and 9, but, like you said, Kirk Cousins, and they beat us. They beat us in
Yeah.
overtime. So,
The defense was kind of what the Vikings were struggling with that year, if I
r-
recall,
yeah, I think you're right.
because I don't think it was Kirk. Kirk was doing what he was supposed to be doing. It was kind of a lack of weaponry. They had protection for Kirk, but it was adequate enough to
Right.
get through the season. To where Kirk didn't have to run for his life, but at the same time, like there's a lack of weaponry in Minnesota that year, and the defense was not going to get done, and there were turnovers galore.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point. But yeah, so pretty much Clint Kubiak fresh start with the Saints as offensive coordinator
Yeah.
after coming off a Super Bowl appearance as passing game coordinator with the Niners. So,
Again, that raises the same question: Is it going to be the offensive coordinator working with Derek Carr, or is it going to be the other way around? We'll see.
Yeah, not to mention his second stint with the Broncos, when offensive coordinator Justin Alton and Nathaniel Hackett, who was the head coach, had offensive struggles.
Mm-hmm.
Hackett relinquished play calling duties to Clint Kubiak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
I do recall that.
it sounds like this is somebody that may know what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll
Just
see.
saying. So, but we'll see how it goes. You
I
know,
think when you look at Trevor Penning, do not underestimate Trevor Penning. He's an excellent blocker. 6'7", 325 pounds. He's a farm boy from northern Iowa. Big dude. Look at the size of him. You can see him on
that
your
it
screen. Look at this.
that is a
God,
big
he's a
dude.
monster.
That is a big dude.
3 years in the league. He's still in the league for a reason. And
6'7", 325
yeah,
pounds.
he
Oof.
started 6 games out of 23 so far, officially.
Hmm.
But he's a guy that they can rotate around too, because he can also play left tackle as well.
Ah,
So it's somebody you want to be aware of. So if there's an injury at left tackle, they're not immediately gonna go to Landon Young. They may go to Trevor Penning and put Udua up, at right tackle. So it just depends on what they want to do.
I see.
So it's that ability to multitask. When you've got a 6'6" guy that's 320 pounds behind you,
Hmm.
you know, from Elon of all places, you nobody takes the guys from SoCon seriously. But I'm telling you, occasionally they'll come up with some really good offensive linemen and a couple of good players
Oh yeah,
from the
absolutely.
South from the SoCon. But Trevor Penning is a multi-tool, so keep that in mind. Um, so when you start to apply the playmakers against this offensive line,
Hmm.
Trevor is not who you want to start with. That's the last one you want to start with trying to attack. Um, Talise Fuega's been around for a while too. I would not go that direction either. I'd
Mm.
probably try to attack the middle, the guards, or the center. Um, Reason being, I don't know anything about Eric McCoy. And Caesar Louise, I feel like I've heard that name before, but I haven't heard of Louis Patrick. So that those two, I think, may be the guys you want to go after first.
Okay.
But let's see. 6'4", 303, Texas A&M. Okay, veteran. Started in all these games. Okay, so he's been an anchor. Selected in the second round of the draft. Gotcha. Okay.
Right on. Right
And
on.
was selected to his first Pro Bowl last season. Okay, so maybe not him.
Interesting.
All right. Let's look at Lewis Patrick. Lucas Patrick here, 6'3", 313 for Duke. Hasn't started many games. 54 out of 96. And he's been
Oh,
rotated from Green Bay to Chicago and now with the Saints. Oh. But the interesting thing is, you can't forget the fact that that was a dangerous Green Bay offensive line
right. Right.
for a number of years. And then it started to slowly decay. So you saw like some of these guys drop off and then got thrown out to the wind. So you got left with a bunch of nobodies on that Green Bay line for about 5 or 6 years under Pete McCarthy. What was it? No, it wasn't Pete McCarthy. It was McCarthy though.
Mike
That was the
McCarthy?
coach. Yeah, Mike McCarthy. Thank you.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, for about 5 years or so, the offensive line was just deteriorating, and it just looked awful. And Aaron Rodgers was complaining about the fact that, oh, there's no protection, there's no protection. Gee, I wonder why. Because you didn't address the offensive line in Green Bay.
Yeah.
So blame the general manager for that. You know,
Right. Right.
Mr. McCarthy, you had every chance to fix that problem up in Green Bay, and he didn't do it. So this might be one of those guys that dropped out of that decayed offensive line. It's possible, or he could be one of the guys that was in the last group before it started decaying.
Ah, I see.
So there's a 50-50 chance there. And seeing as how many games he actually started, I'm leaning more towards the decaying part.
The decaying part. I see.
Yeah, because this dude ended up with the Chicago Bears and barely did anything there. That's what it looks like.
Oh.
He does not have a Pro Bowl, nothing, no no biography for this dude.
Oh.
So yeah, that might be where you want to start attacking right there. Who do we have matched up against left guard? Who would we have?
Against left guard.
Yeah,
Let's see.
maybe a defensive tackle, most likely.
Probably. Um.
Possibly Shot Tuttle.
Yeah.
I want to say Shot Tuttle because Derek Brown's going to be probably matched up against Eric McCoy.
And then again, rocking that 3-4.
Yeah,
That Ajaro likes to run.
you might have a linebacker blitz. You might have a corner blitz up in there too.
Yeah. And then when it comes
So
down
if they
to it,
can open up a gap, you know,
yeah. And then when it comes down to it, having the trio of Josie Jewell, Shaq Thompson, and Jadavion Clowney.
yeah, yeah. Now the second and third string on down with the pass rushers did not look strong pass rushing wise, but the
Uh,
starters we only saw for like what 2 drives,
yes, something like that.
and they look good.
Hmm.
So I'm not concerned there. I think we'll be okay there. Um, I think we'll get adequate pass rush. It's not going to be spectacular, but it'll be adequate. Middle
Yeah.
of the road in the league. And I think that plus the corner room issues is going to put us, out just outside of the top 10 on defense ranking wise. At
Ah.
you know, as we go along. And I think it'll be consistent. And that's okay. That is perfectly okay for year one, you know, because we're trying to focus on rebuilding this team, rebuilding this unit, getting it back together in the system, and do what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
does it cost us a top 10? Sure. That's okay. But we got to spend the money elsewhere and get everything else situated
Right.
during this first off season. Then we can start to say, okay, how do we get this from a top 15 to a top 10 again? You can start moving up the ladder once you get to year two. Um, so I mentioned the corners. They're going to be matched up against Rashid Shaheed.
Uh-huh.
They're going to be matched up against
Marshawn Lattimore.
and
Oh,
Olave.
oh, I'm sorry. We flipped the script. Chris Olave. Chris Olave.
Yeah, Chris Olave and Shaheed are going to be the main two. You're going to see A.T. Perry get involved for a couple of passes over the middle,
Yeah,
possibly.
and if
He's
I
more of a slot receiver.
isn't he also a deep threat?
He can be a deep threat, yes,
Okay.
at times. Uh, for the most part, I've seen him as a slot receiver, though,
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
intermediate slot receiver.
Okay. Fair
But when
enough.
you need him to be a deep threat, he is one.
Okay.
So it just depends on how you want to run that offense.
So probably
Uh,
so probably Jackson on Shaheed,
mm-hmm,
On Olave.
mm-hmm. Well, remember we got Michael Jackson.
Yeah, yeah. So he would definitely, I think, would be on Shaheed perhaps, and then Troy Hill, our nickel. Troy Hill is our nickel.
Yeah, Troy Hill, the nickel, would be there to clean things up, make
Right,
sure the yards after the catch don't get too crazy.
right.
Um, I think we'll do okay. Um, Horns matched up really well against Shaheed before,
Okay.
uh, and decently well against Chris Olave.
Yeah. Um, are you are you threatened in at least in the least bit when it comes to Kamara?
I feel like you shouldn't underestimate him,
Hmm.
but at the same time, like he has lost a step or two. Just
Yeah,
keep that in mind.
but I think when you
But
also
you can't let him go crazy. You got to work on your tackling angles. You've got to work on your tackling techniques. Make sure you get him down. Do
yeah,
not let him out.
and not only that, don't forget they also have Jamal Williams as well. So
Yeah.
that's a 1-2 combo.
If you don't keep Kamara down, he will beat you.
Right.
He still has that physical strength. Jamal Williams, as I recall, KC had him, didn't they?
Nah, that was Detroit.
Oh, Detroit had him.
Yeah, he had his best season with Detroit. Went over
Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah. You're
thousand
right.
yards.
1,000 yards.
Yeah,
You are correct. I'm looking at it right now. 17 touchdowns.
yeah. Jamal
Good
Williams
Lord.
is no joke. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That dude can
He even has
grind.
some receiving touchdowns.
Yeah, that dude can grind.
Oh my goodness.
So out out with Kamara, they put in Jamal Williams. Beware. Like they got a one
That
two.
had to be a money reason that Detroit let go of him. Had to have been.
Yeah, it was kind of.
Because otherwise, I don't see Detroit letting go of that. Ooh, there's no way.
Yeah, like
601 yards the year before.
not to mention. Oh yeah,
Wait, he did that in 9 games?
he was the NFL rushing touchdowns leader in 2022.
I know that, but I didn't know he did that in 9 games.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yo. Oh my God, we're about to have our hands full, y'all. Oh my Lord.
Not to mention that year
What did we get ourselves into?
the dude had 262 carries, so you best believe they had no shame in using him.
My God. That's talent right there.
Yeah.
The Saints tried to use him more in a receiver role because you could tell 18 catches for 62 yards. But he did have 3 fumbles that year, though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Lost 2 of them. So that's his kryptonite right there.
Yeah, he had a little bit of fumbleitis, a little bit of fumbleitis.
I think that's his kryptonite. So let's take advantage of that.
Yeah,
Um,
and we do have to also remember that we are capable of shutting down Alvin Kamara. We've done it before.
yeah,
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 I believe it was a couple of seasons ago, back when we had Baker Mayfield. Yeah,
mm-hmm,
we shut down Kamara
yeah.
in that game. Yeah, he didn't do
Mm-hmm.
jack in that game. So,
Foster Marino is going to be in a blocking type situation mostly when you're talking tight ends.
uh
It's going to be Taysom Hill that's going to be getting the majority of the catches.
yeah, and that's somebody that they could also occasionally rotate in at quarterback for certain schemes and plays, which they have done
Yes.
before. So,
6'2", 221 pounds,
yeah,
BYU.
yeah. Um,
His coup de grace year was 2020. He had 14 sacks.
oof, oof.
He had 9 the following year. But beyond that, it's back to 2.
I see.
So I'm not as concerned about that right now. But, you know, the main thing is watching out for uh, the yardage because he was racking up almost 1,000 yards both of those years.
Right,
So we want to be careful about how he's being used and
right.
just make sure that um, we take advantage of that.
Yeah, that much is true.
Oh, that's consistent touchdown numbers, though. Hmm, that's something to watch. Okay,
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's a fair point.
okay. Now we got a good idea of who he is. Um, I don't know how much they're actually going to use Cedric. Probably not much at all.
Cedric Wilson Jr.
He might see a couple of catches, but nothing spectacular, as his numbers kind of show here. They
Might
had him starting about 3 games last year, but that was about it with the
he
Dolphins.
he might be considered a journeyman.
Yeah. hmm His best year was the 6 touchdowns with the Cowboys
Right.
in 21, and you had 602 yards off 4 catches. No, off 45 catches. My bad. I was reading it wrong. Uh, but he also has fumbleitis, 3 fumbles. Did he lose any? No, but he still had 3 fumbles.
Right.
Something to be aware of. I'm starting to see a pattern here, aren't you?
A little bit of a pattern. Yeah, a little bit of a pattern.
Maybe we should be on the alert for some fumbles, guys. I'm just saying. Try to
He's,
create some fumbles. Hmm.
you use that hit stick.
Yeah, maybe try to get those hands in there. Do that peanut punch. It's just an idea.
Would be
Um,
nice for sure.
but yeah, our defense. Let's kind of look at our defense because this is more about our defense than it is their offense.
Yeah.
Um, at this point, so I think I like our starters. I like what we have here. The cornerback room is a little bit of a question mark for me.
Do you think we could see a Chow Smith Wade debut of some sort, even if it was, in a little bit?
It's possible.
Hmm.
As I've said before, I think this dude looks like Dante Jackson 2.0
Okay.
with a ceiling of being a Bradbury 2.0.
Okay. Interesting.
So he's right in the middle there. The only
Okay.
thing to be concerned about was injuries with this dude because he's following that same injury pattern as Dante Jackson.
Ah, that's fair.
Same exact injuries. And I saw that on draft the day after he was drafted. And I was like, you know. So we just have to monitor that. But I think we made an excellent pick here. I like him. I really, really like him. And I love to see his development in live games. He did well in the preseason. I was impressed.
Okay.
Um, I got out of him what I wanted to get out of him. As far as what I was evaluating.
Okay.
Um, they must have a lot of faith in Mike Jackson, Matt,
Yeah. Put
Mister
him.
Mister MJ.
Yeah. Put him right as a starter.
That's
Adjacent
that's
to.
ballsy right there.
Yeah. Adjacent to
That's
Horn.
ballsy, especially after what Troy Hill did last year.
Hmm.
Wow. I mean, if you're just basing that off of his stats and not his performance on the field, then that's risky.
Makes you wonder.
But if they're basing that off of something that they saw during closed practices, yeah, I'm down for that.
Hmm.
Because if he's displaying the same talents that he's showing on the stats board, then yeah, we're good to go. And I think once Chow learns from people, J.C. Horn and the like, I think he'll get better over time. He's not quite ready.
Right. I can
Let
I
him
can agree
learn
with
under
that.
Troy. Let him learn under J.C. Horn, and he'll be doing just fine in a couple of years here. He'll be a potential number two. Uh, but beyond these guys, you're looking at Tariq Castro Fields. I don't know much about him. I didn't notice him during preseason
Me neither.
or training camp.
Trevin Wallace, linebacker Trevin Wallace had a good camp in preseason. Very
Yeah,
involved.
yeah, I love Trevin Wallace. He might see some playing time.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
But looking back here at Samir Bartholomew, what was it that made Shamir or Shamar the guy that they chose? Because to me, I thought it was going to be Lamar Jackson and Boodle. I could have
Yeah,
sworn it was going to come down to those two. Just watching them both through training camp and through preseason, I thought, yeah, these two are going to be the two right here. I didn't even notice Shamar at all. I noticed Keaton Isaac, but I
hmm,
never noticed Shamar at all. I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly.
yeah. Apparently he last year at college with Georgia Southern. Apparently he did a little something something.
And Georgia Southern is one of those teams I've been monitoring because the two teams that used to dominate the SoCon was Georgia Southern and Appalachian State.
Ah,
It used to go back and forth between those two for the crown. I'm a Furman fan as well, so I kind of kept an eye on that.
yeah.
And
Um,
I was not surprised when App State went
he had, he had
up the ladder.
he had 14 pass deflections his final year in college.
you occasionally get some really good players from Georgia Southern now
Yeah.
because they're dominating the SoCon now. So I think it's really fascinating when you see a player like that come out of there and be put on an NFL roster. I love it
Right.
because it's showing that love to the SoCon. You know, you don't see much love from the SoCon, man, up at the NFL level.
Mhm.
So when you see it, you go, "Whoa, okay, this dude's got to be special." So, I mean, maybe Dave is seeing something we're not with Samar. Hopefully so.
Yeah.
I mean,
Remains to be
I'm going to
seen.
stay optimistic on this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So these three, I did see something from Keenan Isaac though. Keenan Isaac impressed me. 6'3", 190, Alabama State. I mean, just look at that face, man. That dude's intense. He is focused, man. I love that face.
Right on.
Great picture. Uh, it looks like he's about to ready to come out there and just knock people over right now.
Oh, dang.
That's interesting to me. Uh, but that's what we need, though. You might see a little bit of Jamie Robinson out there. I think um, we won't necessarily see Nick Scott unless we need him out there.
Mhm.
Uh,
That's fair.
Trevin, you'll see out blitzing packages probably, most likely.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
we definitely need to get
yeah,
some good pass rushing in. Yeah, that is a must.
Claudin is one of those that I like. I think that he could do something dangerous here.
He's a familiar face.
Yeah, Jamie Sheriff, Brian Ray. I mean, we got some playmakers on this defense, man. We really do. DJ finally came into his own. I
Mhm.
was a little concerned about DJ at first. I think a lot of people were until we saw him with a proper coaching staff and proper developmental team.
Right,
You
right.
know, and then it just became the DJ that we we always hoped he would be. You know,
Mhm.
so uh, putting all this together with Ashawn Robinson as well, I think there's an opportunity here. I like Woods. I like Fuller. I think this is a very, very dangerous defense. Borderline top 10 defense. Would you agree?
It's definitely gonna seep into that, I think. It's very capable.
Yeah. Shout
Cons-
out to Crawford. Hello. Hello to you. But yeah, I like what I'm seeing here, man. If we can get that pass rushing going, I see definitely a top 10.
oh
But
yeah.
it's that depth at corner that is kind of still the question mark. You know,
Mhm.
Chow is still a little raw. But I like Troy. Troy can come in when it's necessary and take care of business.
We
He'll
gotta
be on the field a lot.
we gotta get takeaways as well. We've been kind of lacking in the takeaway department.
You'll see Troy on the field a lot
Mhm.
because of his experience and his talent.
Yeah, he did get a pick six for us last season.
That's just it. Always goes back to the corners for me this year,
Yeah.
and it's going to keep going back to that section for a while until they secure themselves. You know.
And then there was the rumor of potentially J.C. Horn being the next one that at some point we extend. But I think
Yeah, the fifth, the what was it? The fourth or fifth year option was open
fifth
for
fifth
him.
fifth year
Fifth
option.
year, fifth year option. Um, there was a report saying that we were going to pay him a lot,
Yeah.
and
So,
I agree with that. If you can keep him healthy, I agree with that.
right.
If you can't, that's going to be a problem. So it's kind of that 50-50 ball here. Are you sure? You know, and the thing is, like you said earlier, you can't be sure of when injuries are going to happen. You can't predict injuries, especially on Sundays. So, again, I don't know which way you want to go with that one.
Mhm.
Because when he's on the field, the dude's a baller. No question he's number one corner. Not even close. There's a wide gap. I wouldn't say he's a lockdown corner, but there's definitely a wide gap
Right, right.
between him and everybody else in that corner room. And that includes Troy Hill, who came in and balled out for us last year. So I don't know, man. I don't know what we do with that fifth year option yet. Let's just see how he plays this year, I think. Let's monitor that injury status
Right,
and
right.
just play it by ear. If he stays healthy, I say extend him.
Yeah. That's fair. That's totally fair.
I'll green light it at that point
Yeah.
without a
Yeah.
problem. But if he can't stay healthy through an entire year again, it's kind of like, okay, let's see what options are available to us. You know,
Mhm.
we don't necessarily have to replace him next year, but let's start the process of looking for that replacement. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Because if you can get like 75% out of them, throughout the year, then I think that's adequate enough to get through a season, successfully. With the corner room, continuously being built, with Chow Smith Wade, as a possible developmental number two,
Mhm.
Troy Smith sitting there, you know, until he retires. I mean, you don't necessarily have to get in a hurry to replace J.C. Horn.
Right, right.
There's no rush, but I think another year or two, yeah. If he can't stay healthy in the next 2 years, it's time to move.
Yeah.
And that's when I want to see Chow step up. I want him to be that guy. And that's a lot of pressure to put on him because Troy's going to eventually retire.
Right, right.
So, Chow, you are the future of the Carolina Panthers corner room. Whether you want to. Oh, man. That's a lot of pressure to put on a rookie right there.
Oh yeah, Troy is
That's
33.
scary, man.
I'm just now realizing that. Troy's 33.
Yeah. He's going to retire soon. I don't know how many more years he's got left in the tank, but we're going to try to maximize it as much as we can before he does retire. And I want him to retire a Panther. Please retire a Panther, Troy, when you do.
Would be nice.
Oh,
Would
yeah, it would be
definitely
awesome.
be nice.
That's up to you, though. You don't have to, but we'd love for you to do that if you'd like to. But, yeah, hopefully we get a few years out of you before that happens. No rush. No rush, buddy.
Yeah, here's hoping.
We love having you out there. You're a humongous help for us.
Heck yeah.
Please stay as healthy and in game as long as you can. I think overall this could be a win if we do everything right.
Mhm.
Yes, we are going to have injuries. Yes, things are going to happen, you know, but you
Right.
got to execute. Stay focused and execute. The Saints are going to try to catch you off your guard.
Right.
They're going to do everything they can to manipulate this game, you know,
Right.
in a legal way. You got to be smart. You got to stay disciplined. You got to not fall into the traps and make mistakes.
Right.
And secondary, I'm talking to you because you guys are susceptible to those penalties, especially the pass interference penalties.
Got him.
Pay attention. Do not let these guys troll you. All right? They will try their best too. And these are seasoned veterans. They know how to do this too.
Right. Right.
So, for Icky, I want you to use that training camp experience as a lesson. Do not lose your cool
Right.
in a regular season game. There's going to be veterans that are going to come at you and harass you and test you and bully you. Put that energy towards blocking them in actual games. Don't fight them. All right? Don't be a hothead. Translate that energy. You know, Steve Smith was able to do both.
This is true.
You're not Steve Smith. You're not Steve Smith, okay? You don't have to go out there and just no. Just block, dude. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Now, it's about control with Icky. Now, with Taylor, it's about everything. Because I don't know whether this dude is just deliberately ignoring the coaching staff or not. But it's pissing me off. Taylor, come on, man. Like, you can't allow these guys to keep bullying you and being soft.
Right.
Like, it's the opposite with him. He is too soft. This dude has turned into a glorified tackling dump. And it's not good. Like, I don't know what you need to do, Taylor, but I don't know whether you need to hit the weight room. I don't know whether you need to work on your footwork. I don't know whether it's mechanics or what. But you need to start doing all of it. Like, get in the game, man. You got one
Yeah.
job.
He's gonna need to.
You got one job out there. It's real simple. Block. We're not asking you to do everything else that everybody else is doing. Just block. You know, and I need to see some fire from you, man. Everybody else got fired up by this coaching staff. You know, they started coming out there just hitting those weight rooms, just doing everything that they're supposed to be doing, putting that everything that they have on the field, you know, during practices and preseason.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing it with you. I don't know what it is with you, but for some reason, that fire is just not there. Like it, there's a medical term for that, isn't there? Like he's not there. You know, energy wise.
Right. Right.
I don't know what it is. Somebody help me out with that. Somebody that knows these medical definitions. But maybe that's what's going on with him. I don't know. I'm not trying to be judgmental towards the man because I do like him, but I need to see what he was bringing before all these terrible coaches came through here, man. Like it's like he lost his passion or something for the game and
Hey,
got lazy.
Ikaim Hannon, welcome to the stream. He says hashtag keep pounding, keep pounding.
But I gotta see something, man. Like this is just we can't keep doing this
Yeah, that
and
much is
expect for
true.
him to get paid like that last year. And I'm so thankful we restructured his contract. Let me see what his contract looks like now.
Yeah,
I gotta see.
it took a while, but they finally got that done. So that
I
was
mean, it was just like week after week. I was like, come to the table. Do something, man. Talk to these people.
Right.
Because this ain't it, man. And let's see. That's better. That is actually better. Because before that, it was like 29 something, 29.7 or something like that. But now it's like 23.3.
Oh,
Thank you. Goodness, we need that money. I was just like, be a team player, man. And you finally did, man. Thank you.
took them long enough.
Thank you. And I love you for that, Taylor. Thank you.
For a second, it looked
I
like he.
appreciate you.
For a second, it looked like he
This team
wasn't gonna
appreciates
budge.
you.
Looked like he wasn't gonna budge for a second. It's
Yeah.
like,
This whole
hey,
team thanks you, buddy. Thank you so much, man. Because that money got us out of the red. It gave us an opportunity to sign people that we really need. It's created opportunities, man, for the people that are at the bottom of the depth chart. And this is excellent. This is what we need.
oh yeah,
So 2025 numbers is 36.1.
oh okay,
I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. If he puts up another year like last year, we need to move on.
oh he's getting ready to start his 100th game.
I mean, I'm saying it, man. He's 30 years old.
Yep.
If you put up another year like you just did, nope, nope, nope. It's time to look for a replacement. And the problem is, we were not able to find any tackles. The market was dried up. If you look at
Oh,
free agency tracker, hold on. Just overall, offensive line wise, all the good tackles got taken by somebody. Let's see. I'm going to limit it to just tackles. Let's just see what we got here.
excuse me.
Ryan Resnick got re-signed by the Saints. Ronnie Stanley got re-signed by the Ravens. Jordan got re-signed by the Eagles. You know,
Uh huh.
Taylor Decker. All these people got re-signed just right out of the gate.
Yeah,
So they are not available to us. Nobody wants an offensive tackle from the Cardinals. Nobody wants one from the Packers right now.
that's fair.
Nobody wants one from the Commanders or the Jets. So now you're looking at Okafor. Patriots got him. Sewell. The Lions resigned, of course, predictably. I mean, this is just we managed to get Neiman. I'll give them that. We got Neiman,
Right.
which was probably one of the few Packers offensive linemen that was actually decent last year. But we need depth
Right.
just to survive the year. Okay, so Donovan Smith is still out there. Okay, why are we not picking him up? $3 million. That's why. Cameron Fleming. Why are we not picking him up? 32 years old. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this is the stuff that you look at the good offensive tackles, they're already picked up by somebody.
Right.
So you go on down, you get Cameron Irving, Texans picked him up for next to nothing. Subway sandwich money.
Mm.
$383,000.
Yeah, yeah,
Come on.
that's not much at all.
Come on, man. We could have afforded that. And we gave up on that. Okay. But let's move on. Jason Peters, too old, 42 years old. Why is this dude still in the league? 42 years old. Retire already.
Wait, he didn't officially retire yet?
Nope, 42 years old.
Wow.
Still out there. That is unheard of. You never see any offensive linemen that are 42 years old still in the league. So, I mean, maybe he's going for a record. I don't know.
Maybe.
But, again, it's when you get down here, it's just garbage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shadiq Charles. Shadiq Charles' name popped up a couple of times. I wouldn't mind having Shadiq Charles for $1 million.
Okay.
We
Not
just
bad.
got to get some help, man. You know, Ethan Greenridge is another possible one. Division rival let him go, Falcons. But we got Ricky Lee still for next to nothing, and I like Ricky Lee.
Oh yeah, from A&T.
I heard we let go of Cade.
Cade Mays, yeah, yeah, he's gone.
That's a concern to me because that dude is a Swiss Army knife. He was one of our Swiss Army knives, man. And Ian Manning, garbage. Caleb Jones, garbage. I mean, talent wise, guys. Not personality wise, but talent wise. I want to make sure that's clear.
Right.
I like the people, but the talent is what I'm saying they're garbage about. Okay. But this is pure garbage down here, talent wise. We've got to pick up somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to be that Swiss Army knife on that offensive line of tackle. Somebody's got to carry the weight. Because you can't have Brady Christensen becoming Superman in our depth chart or attempting to, because he's going
Right.
to get himself hurt.
Yeah,
And when you
which
lock him into backup center, that's taking away everything that he can do.
yeah, which he's already dealt
They've
with.
tried him out at all five positions.
He's dealt with injury before, like, you know. So,
Gee, I wonder why he got hurt. Because our offensive line was so trash that you had to move him around like musical chairs. When you get a good offensive lineman, you don't have to. Oh my goodness, man! Moving him around like musical chairs will get him killed.
yeah, definitely
It's terrible.
definitely you don't want to get too absorbed into doing that. I agree.
I get it. For all these offensive linemen that turned us down, I get it. You don't want to walk into this situation. You know, where you're having to become Superman and having to do everything for everybody. That's trash on this offensive line. But at the same time, we've got to rebuild this thing.
Right.
We've got to sign somebody, in this depth chart. I'm not talking about the starters. I'm talking about the depth chart. Because the depth chart is trash.
Right, right.
If you really look at this depth chart, I mean, Yeeman, yeah, we got lucky with Yeeman. Do we trust Zavala right now after last year? No.
No, not really.
I mean, Jarrett Kingston, we're gambling on. Andrew Rom were gambling on. And I mean, you got Yeeman in both spots at tackle. Okay,
Right.
who's backing him up? With all the injuries we've had at offensive tackle and offensive lineman in general, who's backing him up? It can't be Brady Christensen if he's been backup center spot.
Right.
So now, what are you going to do? You're going to get Zavala to jump around and do all this stuff? No, Zavala's not made for that. Jared Kingston's not made for that. Andrew Robb can only play center.
Right.
So what are you doing? Somebody's got to be back there, man. And I don't like that. Now, here's the other issue I've got. Look at the quarterback room.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at this quarterback room. Now, I think it's safe to say Andy Dalton has not improved. After 2 years, training camp, preseasons, everything has not improved. I've been patient with him. I've been trying to to watch him and see if he would improve. Nothing.
Yeah, he's a shell of his former self.
That's a concern, ladies and gentlemen. We have nothing behind him. Nothing. Nothing. I understand we got to make a 53-man roster. I get it. But that cannot fly. That right there cannot fly.
Show can't.
You just put our number 2 quarterback on the practice squad. Now, I understand you have to have Andy Dalton on the 53 because of contract reasons. He is not practice squad eligible. I get that. And I'm starting to sound like a broken record to some of these people. If you've heard me talk about this before, just bear through it. But this is important, okay? This is our season hanging on the balance here. If Bryce Young goes down and Andy Dalton is still hurt, you're putting in a hurt Andy Dalton with nothing else back behind it except for practice squad people. And we are lucky if these practice squad people stay on our practice squad all year.
Yeah, that's
You're
fair.
taking a massive gamble on Jack Plummer right now, whose ball placement was incredible. He could come in right now if Bryce got hurt and still display that same ball placement.
Yeah, that is fair. That is definitely fair.
He may not put up the numbers that you're looking for, enough to win games, but he's a game manager. That's
Right.
what he is. He's a Teddy Bridgewater. I've been trying to tell y'all that's who he is. And he confirmed it, against the Bills and the Jets. That's who he is. That's what I saw on the 6th when I went up there to Charlotte and looked at him. So if you want to have a Teddy Bridgewater type behind Bryce Young
Hmm.
and secure your quarterback room and not have a problem, I don't have a problem with putting Andy Dalton at third. I have zero problem with that. As long as you work with Jack Plummer.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, here's the alternative to that. Zappy is on the free agent list.
Oh, Bailey Zappi. Yeah, he is
Yeah.
available.
So if you were to replace Jack Plummer with Zappy, I would be okay with this. But only on the merits of you better put him in second string. This dude's played actual NFL games. He has actual NFL experience.
He has. Yeah,
Starting games. Jack Plummer hasn't. That's why I'm okay with this.
I see.
But in terms of overall skills, Jack Plummer is starting to match him with his ball placement and moving down the field. And I'm really impressed with Jack and his progress during that preseason because he really came into his own. So at the end of the day, it would be a tough decision between the two, but you got to put one of those two at number two quarterback.
Yep.
It is that critical in order in order for your season to survive, even just to get to 7 to 8 wins. I'm warning you guys right now. If you don't do this, it could end in a disaster. We barely got Jake off of the Saints practice squad. We barely managed to get Jake back. What happens if Jack goes floating around? And Jack is better than Jake. Everybody has seen it now. It's on tape. I'm surprised nobody has tried to steal him yet. So if somebody grabs him, they'll probably go after Zappy first.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be the signal. If somebody goes after Bailey Zappy, guard Jack Plummer with your life on that practice squad life.
There you go.
Guard him with your life. Put him on the 53. Because if you don't, you are already screwing yourself for half the season. That's a risk, man. That's a risk. You can't gamble like that. You can't gamble like that. This is not Vegas. You're not at the craps table. Come on.
Right.
I'm not cool with that. And I can already tell you, if you look at this roster right now, I could find at least two or three people that I'd be okay with putting on the practice squad, just to make sure that we have three quarterbacks.
Just off the jump. Okay. I feel
Yeah.
you.
I mean, I feel that confident in Trevor Wallace that I'm willing to put John Radigan on the practice squad. I feel that confident in our corner room that I'd be willing to put Shamar on the practice squad right now,
Oh, Bartholomew? Yeah.
or Tariq, because I don't know it. I don't know much about them, but I like Keenan Isaac. You know,
Yeah.
and the rest of these guys you can't put down there. Everything else we need up here. But those guys, yeah, those are practice squad type of people. If any of them are eligible, even just one, move Jack up. Don't be fools. Stay at school.
Right.
Learn from your mistakes.
Got to in order to be able to make it this league.
Y'all got to listen to me on this one, man. When y'all make stupid mistakes like this, and I point it out, it always comes home to roost. And this is a major one right here.
So, with that being said, because I know starting to wind down,
Yeah.
let's get into score predictions.
Oh, okay. Um, I normally don't do score predictions, but I'll do it for Blitz's channel. Um, I'm going to say 27-24 Panthers.
Okay,
It's
when
going to come down to a field goal.
gonna come down to a field goal.
It's going to be close. It always is with the Saints. But I think this time we take that lead and we hold it.
I'm going to say 21-17 Panthers. I think
I
we
like our 2 minute drill ability.
I think we get 3 touchdowns.
I like our 2 minute situations at the end of halftime and at the end of the game. Because if we can get control of that ball within like a minute and a half, we with all three timeouts saved up and smartly used, in the right way, that gives us an opportunity to get that 3 point lead and the win.
Yeah, good
And
point.
we'll take advantage of it under Dave. Under previous coaches, we would not be able to, but I think under this one, I think we will. He clearly showed us during the Bills game he is capable of doing that
Yeah.
and doing it correctly.
Yeah, it was kind of iffy after the Jets game, but he definitely bounced back the Bills game, and it was just like
Yeah,
okay,
he
okay,
put my concerns to rest on that.
yeah,
And that 2 minute drive was so clean, dude. It was so clean.
yeah,
I was like, this is what we're looking for right here. Use those sidelights, use that clock, stop that clock, use those timeouts correctly. Spike the ball quickly. That's what these drills are for. That they practice over and over and over and over again and practice as a training camp. That's what they use it for, ladies and gentlemen, so that they're ready for that situation. To
hmm
where you only waste 4 seconds off that game clock when you're resetting for the quick snap to spike it. The less time, the better
right on,
on those.
yeah,
And I clocked it at 4 seconds. I was very impressed. If it's over 5 seconds, no, you're wasting clock.
right,
So these guys are doing an exceptional job of cutting that down and working on that drill. Very pleased with that. Keep that going. Everything that you guys are doing that's making me happy, keep going with it. Develop
indeed.
those into healthy patterns,
Oh
and
yeah,
it will translate to points on the board.
and we gotta. This is the time to really come out firing on all cylinders, especially when we have a division game to start this season out on the road.
Can't leave these points laying on the field, man. Got to
Yeah,
take them.
indeed. So I hope we come out aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to Dave Canellis like taking this challenge head on,
Mm-hmm.
having fun with it and just making a
Mm-hmm.
making a statement. He has a big
Mm-hmm.
opportunity to make a statement, especially coaching up this team.
So do
That's
the players.
yeah, so do the players. And Bryce, this is a big opportunity for Bryce Young to make a big comeback and really put the naysayers to rest.
Yep.
So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very
Mm-hmm.
interesting. But
Mm-hmm.
the we're right around the corner. We're right around the
Mm-hmm.
corner. And oh man, what a close one. The Eagles win over the Packers 34-29.
Ooh. Oh, we got some tension early. Let's go.
Saquon Barkley, 3 touchdowns, 2 on the ground, 1 in the air.
Oh.
Oh, dang.
Okay.
And he rushed over 100 yards.
Okay.
Oh, Saquon, one of the new additions to the Eagles.
And Barkley was stuck on that Giants team for the longest time.
Yeah.
Putting up his numbers, you know, biding his time. But,
Um
he just needed the right opportunity with the right team. And the Eagles are definitely that.
Oh no, Jordan Love got injured near the end of the game.
Oh, wow.
Malik Willis actually had to step in. Oh, that's not good.
Wow.
Oh man, that's gonna really hurt the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
That's not a good start for Green Bay.
I don't know how serious it is, but yeah, apparently he got looking at the play-by-play, he got injured on like the third from like the last play of the game. Oof.
Wow.
Jaden Reed, 138 yards receiving and a touchdown.
Boy, this looked like a heck of a battle. If you look at the team stats, 414 versus 410 total yards.
Dang. Jalen Hurts threw 2 picks. Jordan Love threw a pick.
Yeah, 3 turnovers total for the Eagles, and they still won.
Dang, this was quite a battle then.
25 first downs for the Eagles versus Green Bay's 19.
Oh, this was in Brazil.
Yeah.
Oh man, that had to have been a fun game for the Brazilian crowd.
Oh yeah. They're trying to get the Brazilians into this, and I think this is a great initiation for them. It's
Yeah,
the
no
first one
kidding.
in Brazil, ever played in Brazil, to my knowledge.
Ooh, Reed Blankenship got a pick, and Jair Alexander and Xavier McKinney got picks. Dang.
Wow.
Oh, this was a game.
Yeah, it was. And I kind of expected that, honestly, because you got a healthy Green Bay squad going in. Normally, when these two face each other, there's a lot of injuries that are impacting this matchup,
Yeah,
and the Eagles would take full advantage of this and blow Green Bay out.
but
In recent years.
but what a big Eagles debut for Saquon Barkley. 132
Yeah.
total yards of offense, 3 touchdowns. Dang.
Oof. Wow.
Okay. Fantasy folks might want to keep an eye on Mr. Saquon Barkley.
Indeed, indeed.
Dang.
I've had my eyes on him since I saw him in New York. So,
Because the thing is, ever since he bounced back from the serious barrage of injuries, he's been balling.
oh yeah, when this dude is able to play, he's a baller. He's a
I,
competitor.
I think it was just a matter of him getting back to being healthy again, and then he's set.
And Josh Jacobs on the other end is very competitive as well.
Yeah.
Alabama product, you know. 5.3 average, 80 yards off 15 carries.
Oh yeah, yeah. Which
He's very dangerous too. So I mean, there's potent weapons on both sides.
right.
Green Bay did a great job of loading up their offense finally with this offseason,
Yeah,
and finally
absolutely.
starting to put some weapons on the field for Jordan Love. But
Uh,
what Jordan Love, watch out, man, because there's a repetitive cycle of Green Bay's management paying these quarterbacks way too much money, and then they don't produce, and then they get pissed off, and it becomes another Aaron Rodgers situation.
yeah.
I'm
So,
warning you, dude. Pay attention,
but
because I
hope,
don't want that to happen to you.
but hopefully Jordan Love is okay. Cause oof.
Yeah.
Oh, some more news.
Hmm.
Steelers Russell Wilson unsure of status due to calf injury, which if he can't go Sunday, he was very limited. If he can't go Sunday, then Justin Fields would
Oof.
would start in his place.
Oh wow. You want to do win loss predictions here? Just real quick.
For the other games for this week.
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay. Here, let me pull up.
It's tough to do that because it's week one, obviously.
So
But
we already know Kansas City the Chiefs beat the Ravens close
I
game.
would have picked KC on that one.
Yeah, and for all the Lamar Jackson hating bashers out there, y'all want to talk so much about him being just a dual threat and a running quarterback. If he was that limited, then how the heck does he have 2 MVPs and was a passing touchdowns leader in a season? Explain that.
Oh, Blitz coming at you with the smoke. Let's go,
Like
man.
Like seriously, all the Lamar
Let's
Jackson
go.
haters, y'all need to quit cuz y'all know dang on
Oh.
well if he was available for your team and y'all needed a quarterback, y'all know dang on well y'all would jump on that. Stop kidding yourselves. Come on now. All the Lamar Jackson hate is ridiculous. The dude's a 2-time MVP.
Yes,
If he
sir.
was such a one-dimensional quarterback, how the heck is he a two-time MVP?
Yes, sir. Come on with it.
Like, I mean, come on now.
Come on with
Like,
it.
y'all need to get real.
Yeah.
Y'all need to get real. Oh, he can't throw the football. 2019 passing touchdowns leader. Uh, not to be. Oh, but
Oh.
college this. Oh
Oh.
yeah. Won a Heisman Trophy in college.
Oh.
Over in Louisville. Yeah, yeah, that happened. Yeah. Pro Bowler. How about three-time Pro Bowler? Huh? All Pro. How about two-time first team All Pro?
Facts.
And then uh MVP. Oh, not once but twice. Twice. And guess what? One of those MVPs was last year. Like,
Get him, Blitz.
like
Get him.
it's ridiculous how much how many dang on uh, Lamar Jackson haters out there. It's like, oh, he's a one-dimensional quarterback. Okay, sure, sure. Yeah.
So we're gonna ignore all those accolades, huh? Yeah. About that.
Yeah. Oh, he can't throw the ball. How about let's see, averages a 64.5 completion percentage.
Right.
Let's see. He's gone over last season, 3,678 yards, 24 touchdowns, only 7 picks.
And that's
Okay.
numbers for all the people that think he can't do this without Steve Smith.
And not to mention,
Come on.
he's only thrown double-digit interceptions one season in his
That's
entire
right.
career.
That's right.
But he can't throw. But he can't throw. Oh, what about that first MVP season? Oh yeah, he got that in his second year. Go
Uh
go figure. Oh,
oh.
he only had 36 touchdowns and only 6 interceptions. But he's a one-dimensional quarterback. He's a one-dimensional quarterback.
Tell him, man. Tell him. They ain't ready for that smoke.
Even in his worst season, he still throws 16 touchdowns and still
Woo.
went 2,882 yards and still had a completion percentage of 64%.
Oh.
Oh, but he's a one-dimensional quarterback. Okay. Okay. Oh, he's a running quarterback. Okay. That's his best strong suit. A a running quarterback. Okay. That's all he's
Oh,
ever
I
going to
love
be.
it.
Hmm. You want to go as far back as college? How about 3,660 passing yards, 27 touchdowns?
And part of that was against my Clemson Tigers defense, led by Venables, by the way.
Yep. Not only that, two-time ACC Offensive Player of the Year and won a Heisman Trophy.
The same Venables that shut Georgia Tech's offense down to negative numbers twice in a row, 2 years in a row.
And guess what? He's
Keep
still
that in mind.
he's still going because he's only 27 years old.
Woo!
Oh, but it's Lamar Jackson. He's just always going to be a running quarterback.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
he's nothing. Oh, two-time MVP. Oh, yeah. Hmm? Only one
Let's bring in all the
o-
smoke today.
only
Let's go.
only one less MVP than
I
Patrick.
love it.
Only one less MVP than Patrick Mahomes, by the way.
This is content right here. This is content. Hit that like button, guys. Come on now. Spicy Blitz is the best blitz. Let's go.
I'm just I'm just, I'm
You
just
ain't
saying.
ready for that smoke he's bringing today.
Y'all need to be like J Lo and get right with your Lamar Jackson
Oh,
bashing.
Oh,
Like
woo!
a good number of y'all did that with Cam Newton. Don't do that to Lamar. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that to Russell Wilson neither.
Yeah,
Don't do that
don't
to
do that.
Bryce neither.
Come on now.
Y'all need to get off that Bryce hating train, man. I'm getting tired of all these people that are hating on Bryce too.
It's
Oh,
like
we're Bryce sexuals, man. Stop it.
come on now.
Stop it, man.
Y'all need to chill on the Lamar bashing. Come on now. Come on now.
Leave Bryce alone, man. I'm getting tired of that too, man. Leave Bryce alone. Let the man cook, man. I was over there in Black Cat's channel, and these people are just constant bashing on Bryce Young. Just yeah. And I'm just like, man, really? This is how we want to do things? Y'all ain't even started a we ain't even started a regular season game yet. Y'all already bashing this man. He ain't
that's
even done nothing yet.
that's all right. He end up.
He ain't even done nothing yet.
All I know is I don't want to hear him. He ends up making a big comeback. I don't want to hear him. I don't want to hear him.
I want y'all to keep that same energy. I want y'all to keep that same energy when we start getting 7 to 8 wins this year, and then 10 wins the next year. I want y'all to keep that same energy. Matter of fact, bring all them haters in my chat. We gonna shut them up. Bring them on. Bring them on.
Oh, not to
Bring them on.
mention
Come on.
one last Lamar Jackson fact.
I welcome it.
And that Chiefs game, that
I'm
first
not
game.
afraid of that smoke.
One last thing when it comes to Lamar Jackson,
I'm the entire fire.
and then I'm done. That last game, not only did he have 273 passing yards and a touchdown. Oh yeah, he was the leading rusher at 122 yards rushing as well. Oh, but it's Lamar Jackson. It's it's Lamar Jackson. He's only ever a running quarterback. It's Lamar Jackson.
Y'all did the same thing to Cam Newton back in the day. Oh yeah. Oh, but his dress style. Oh, buddy, he's got an ego. Oh, but this or that the third. Yet this man's got an MVP and a Super Bowl appearance, and numbers out the wazoo at 15. Darn near perfect record. We were 3 points away from a perfect record. Do y'all understand this? 3 points away from joining the Miami Dolphins.
Shoot,
Are
man.
you kidding me? You
Yeah,
think we can do that with a mediocre quarterback? Please.
man.
Cam
Shoot.
Newton is not a mediocre quarterback. Never has been, never will be.
But let
Yeah,
me.
he became uh lesser than what he was after he had those concussions. That's not an excuse, that's a reason.
That and the
Understand the difference between the two, please.
that and the his shoulder. You know when he took that hit from T.J. Watt. Oh yeah, that.
Oh, y'all like to mix these two things up, man. Y'all throwing excuses out there when there's actual reasons for why people aren't doing stuff that they're supposed to be doing. And then y'all want to flip flop. Nah. Let's make excuses for somebody that's actually, for the positions we took earlier that happened to be wrong. Okay, yeah, we exposed you. We exposed you. Come on with it. Come on with it. Where's the excuses? Now y'all got excuses. Now y'all flip flop. Man, bring on all that smoke into my channel. Come on. Come on, bring it on. I can handle it. Cause I'm the entire fire, son. I'm not scared of that.
Mm.
I am not scared of that. I will go into other people's chats and I will bring the fire to them. I did
Oh snap.
I did this week too. Y'all don't think I can't do it. I can do it. I just choose not to. So y'all want to start some nonsense about Bryce Young, bring it on. I
Mm.
ain't scared of y'all. I ain't
But
scared of y'all even a little bit.
but on that note, okay, the score predictions. Yeah, let's run through. So
Yeah,
we know the Chiefs beat the Ravens. Uh, the Eagles just won a close battle against the Packers. Okay,
I was gonna choose the Eagles anyway.
so going from there, Falcons, Steelers.
Falcons.
Okay.
The Steelers just lost Russell Wilson, and if they don't get themselves back together, Justin Fields is gonna be playing that game.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Falcons as well. Um, Cardinals, Bills.
Bills.
Yeah, yeah,
That's an obvious one.
yeah,
Cardinals are garbage.
yeah. They're still rebuilding.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely Bills.
Just call it what
Uh,
it is. They're garbage.
this ought to be an interesting one. Titans and Bears.
Okay. This one I got a little bit of a tidbit for you.
Okay,
Look at the wide receiver core.
okay.
Who's starting opposite of each other right now on that wide receiver core with Will Levis as quarterback?
So so they still got Calvin Ridley, I believe, Tyler Boyd, DeAndre Hopkins, although they have him listed as questionable.
If DeAndre Hopkins gets healthy, that's a terrifying duo right there.
But then with the Bears, I mean, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, which Keenan,
This could be an interesting one.
yeah,
Could be interesting.
this could be a shootout.
It could be.
Not to mention it's, second year Will Levis against first year Caleb Williams. Ooh, that could be that could turn out to be a close one.
It could. Um,
Oh yeah, I
the,
forgot. The Titans got Tony Pollard, Ty J Spears.
I don't care about that. 62.8% win percentage for the Bears.
Yeah, it is in Soldier Field, so
So DeAndre Hopkins is questionable for that. Uh, Beluzi questionable. Otis Reese is hurt. Cedric Gray IR. Ooh, ooh,
yeah.
that's a big one right there.
And Keenan Allen's questionable as well.
Montez Sweat questionable. Keenan Allen questionable. Ooh,
I'm gonna say Bears.
mm.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'll say Bears as well.
Okay. Um.
If DeAndre Hopkins was playing or Keenan Allen was playing, that would be a very very interesting battle.
Oh
But
yeah.
I'm gonna say without DeAndre Hopkins, yeah, that's Bears.
Yeah. I'm going Bears as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um. Next up. Oh, this should be simple. Patriots at Bengals.
Bengals.
Yeah. Joe
T.
Burrow.
Higgins just signed that franchise tag, so
Yep. And while Jamar Chase doesn't have a new deal yet, I mean,
right.
there's still gonna be, Joe Burrow, get a healthy Joe Burrow back. Oh man, yeah,
Oh yeah, Bengals are coming back.
yeah. So I too am
They're
going.
gonna be in the mix.
This next one, another interesting one. Texans at Colts.
I'm gonna say Texans.
Yeah, I think it might end up being closer than we think, but I will say Texans, I believe, will come away with it.
Yeah, by a touchdown.
Yeah. Um, Ooh, this one could potentially be really good. Jaguars at Dolphins.
Ooh, now you got my attention. What game is time is that game?
That's a 1 p.m. and that's in Miami
Oh ho ho ho! Oh snap! All right, what time is our game?
at 1.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Yeah.
I was gonna say I might be interested in watching a little bit of that, but nah. Um. Okay, here's the interesting part about this because when you look at Miami's schedule last year, they beat a bunch of teams that were, easily beatable.
Right.
So their record was fluffed up.
Right.
But when they faced real opponents, playoff opponents, like they folded.
Yeah, that is true.
So can they break out of that stigma or are they going to fall into that trap again?
Right.
And they're already tested by the Jags in week one.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Jags.
You're going to go Jags. Okay.
I am.
Interesting. Well,
I am. Jacksonville's got a lot of weaponry, and if Miami comes in there half cocked, they're in for a surprise.
and when you think about it, the Jags are more healthy according to what they have right now.
Now, if Miami comes in there half ready, they're gonna be in for a
Uh,
shock.
well,
That's a nasty Jacksonville team.
and then, the Dolphins are coming out as like what top number one offense from last season. you
Jacksonville improved their defense.
you know what? Oh my God. And this is their one and only meeting of the season.
Mm.
You know what? I'll take a gamble. Dolphins. I'll take a gamble. Yep, I'll take a gamble. Of course
Man, get that spam out of here.
of course we both picked Carolina to win.
Yep,
Let's see. Oh, this ought to be interesting to see where these two teams are at. Vikings at Giants.
that's a very good question on that one. Giants just got a few weapons. They lost Saquon Barkley, but if you really look at the Giants roster, it's gotten better.
They got a beast of an O line, apparently. I think
They
over the
got
all season.
Darius Slayton,
Yeah,
Bleak Neighbors.
Brian Burns. Yeah, Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns.
They
Kayvon Thibodeau.
replaced Barkley with Singletary,
Oh yeah, that's right, Devin Singletary.
so they traded. They
Oh,
balanced out. And don't forget, Greg Van Rotten is their right guard.
yep, familiar face. Yep.
Yep.
Um, defense looks solid as well.
Mm-hmm. Dexter Lawrence. I'm very familiar with that name. Brian Burns,
And then of
just
course,
acquired by the Giants.
yep.
Oh, and look who the kicker is.
Oh, still got Graham Gano.
Yeah,
Although the Vikings, I mean, remember they did get Stephon Gilmore, Shaquille Griffin,
yeah.
Byron Murphy Jr., and then again Sam Darnold is their starter. Mm,
Quarterbacks comparison wise, Daniel Jones is better, but it's not by much.
it's not by much.
Yeah.
Um, uh,
I'll give the edge to the Giants because of Brian Burns.
Oh yeah, I forgot the Vikings got Harrison Smith as well. Uh it's the Vikings defense is starting to jump out to me a little bit. I
It
mean,
is, yeah,
mm, jeez.
I agree.
I'm still gonna go Giants, but it might not be by much,
Justin Jefferson might go ham too.
which is very possible. You know what? Bump it. I'm gonna switch to Vikings. Vikings.
Oh, and keep in mind, look who the Vikings just picked up at corner.
Shaquille. Stephon Gilmore.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm going Vikings. I'm switching to
Yeah,
Vikings.
Cameron Bynum as well. That's
Yeah.
another name you should probably remember.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll go Vikings on this one.
You're switching to Vikings as well? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
uh
That was enough to compare. Yeah,
okay.
that convinced me.
Now we get into some 4 o'clock games. Raiders at Chargers.
Chargers.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Raiders are stagnant.
Yeah, they're kind of
If there's any chance of the Raiders winning against the Chargers, the first meetup is usually the best one.
yeah. I mean, but
But
yeah,
whoever doesn't win that game always comes back against the other one.
yeah, but yeah, I'll agree. I think Justin Herbert will bounce back, and
When the Chargers are fully healthy, they're way more dangerous than Oakland, than the Raiders. I mean,
yeah. Um,
they'll always be the Oakland Raiders to me. I'm sorry. It's just, it is what it is.
all right. Broncos at Seahawks.
Seahawks. Seahawks are a competitive team every year.
Yeah, of course, with the Broncos, Bo Nix was named the starter. I mean, the Broncos, I mean, they got a little something something on offense, and of course, they extended Patrick Surtain the second. That's really the
Yeah.
the only main threat that kind of stands out to me on their defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah. Seattle for me. I, I, I don't think
yeah,
I could change on that one. Sticking with them.
yeah, I'm gonna have to agree as well.
Locking it in.
Yeah, I just think Seattle has a little more than Denver. um, oh,
All righty. All right.
this ought to be interesting. Cowboys at Browns.
That could get interesting very quickly. I'm gonna go with Dallas. Dallas early on is extremely potent. Uh, they've got way too many weapons and too much depth for Cleveland to handle this early.
Um,
But later on, once injuries start settling in, then Cleveland might have had a chance, you know,
yeah.
to take this one,
Um, I know,
especially in their own stadium.
right. Cleveland, they have a pretty healthy defense.
Mm-hmm.
S And I mean, Deshaun
You
Watson will
got
have
a
an opportunity to see, if he can bounce
you got a
back.
healthy Miles Garrett in this game.
Yeah, Miles Garrett, Jeremiah, okay, Denzel Ward,
Mm-hmm.
Shelby Harris, Zadarius Smith. I mean,
Mm.
let me see who.
The one that really stands out to me, of course, is Garrett, but the rest of them, they've got some talent, but It's not enough.
Oh, CD Lamb is listed as out.
Yeah,
Oh, it's building up to Sunday, so maybe perhaps. What?
it's questionable. But the Dallas offense doesn't just stop at CeeDee Lamb. They've got some weaponry.
Yeah, Brandon Cooks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, brought back Ezekiel Elliott. They did get Dalvin Cook as well. They could
Yep.
activate him. Oof. Well, yeah, they got a defense as well. I'm gonna say Browns. I'm gonna take a shot at this, and I'm gonna say Cleveland.
Okay. I in particular like Micah Parsons on defense, and I like Trevon Diggs for the Cowboys defense.
Yeah.
These two in particular have been major playmakers and major difference makers, and they're going to do so again against the Browns. I think Ezekiel Elliott is going to go off against the Browns.
Oh, that's bold. Okay. All right.
That's my bold prediction. I drafted this dude as a backup on my fantasy team, and it depends on how many carries he gets, but he could be extremely dangerous if you let him out. He has not lost a step, ladies and gentlemen. He is still the same Ezekiel Elliott he was. So you got to be careful when you're playing against him.
So, quick word on Jordan Love. He was able to walk off the field.
Okay, cool. Cool,
So,
cool, cool.
that's a plus, but
Very
still
good.
don't know how bad it is. Um,
Yeah.
Commanders at Buccaneers.
Washington.
Okay. Hmm. Okay.
The reason I say that is this is a revamped Washington defense. Look at who they have on there. This
Oh
is not your
yeah.
typical Washington defense anymore.
That is true. Um,
The
yeah.
Buccaneers also don't have um, Marcus Mariota, so Mariota's out,
Yeah, but they still got Baker Mayfield.
and Baker Mayfield without his coaching staff, it's just Baker Mayfield.
And the Commanders. Oh yeah, that's right. They named Jaden Daniels as the starter. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And okay. Yeah, actually the Commanders.
Plus,
Oh,
you got Chase Edmonds, the running back for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, on the IR.
oh shoot, I forgot. They got Frankie Louvu, Bobby Wagner, and Jeremy. Oh,
That's
jeez.
correct. That
Ooh,
is correct.
man.
That defense is revamped. I'm trying to tell you.
Oh
Look
man.
at this nasty defense right here.
Dante Fowler Jr. Oh man.
Yeah, they loaded up. I told y'all, watch out for Washington now. I'm trying to tell y'all. Don't underestimate this Washington team and think this is the same Washington team as last year.
Oh yeah, I forgot they
It's not
got
going to be.
I forgot they got Christian McCaffrey's brother Luke McCaffrey.
That's correct.
Oh yeah. Oh, they got some depth on that offense. Noah Brown,
Oh, yeah, they do.
Zacchaeus, Jamison Crowder. Oh, oh,
And they added Zach Ertz, too, one of the best tight ends in the league.
yeah, and Austin Eckler. Oh shoot.
Derek McLaurin is big when it
Yep.
comes to fantasy, too.
You know what? I'm gonna have
You
to go.
got Samuel Cosme that they just extended at right guard as
That's
well.
right. They sure did. Yeah.
Brandon Coleman is dangerous, too.
I might have to go Commanders. Yeah. Even though they're on the road, just that and what the
I
addition.
also want to point your attention to the fact that Austin Eckler is a backup running back, and the fact that Diami Brown is dangerous too. So is Jamison Crowder.
Yep.
I'm telling y'all right now, if Jaden Daniels gets his act together in Washington, this is going to be Washington's division to lose.
Oof. Okay. So we're both.
This is a very, very dangerous team right here. And the Eagles are starting to deteriorate. The Cowboys still have their weaponry, so it'll be between Washington and Dallas for
Mm-hmm.
that division crown. And Washington is going to lose that battle most likely because of depth reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But I think once Washington gets into the playoffs, Dallas is going to pull their usual stunt, of not doing well and saying, "Oh, not this year."
Yeah.
And Washington could surprise somebody in the wild card round. Hopefully, it's not us.
I hope not. Oh my God.
No, because if we end up playing these guys in the wild card round, if we somehow manage to get 9 wins, no, no,
Nah, that'd be scary.
no.
Um. Oh,
That's the end of our playoff run right there.
oh, we got a really good Sunday night one to look forward to. Rams at the Lions.
Lions. I'm not
Really?
even hesitating on that one. The Lions are far superior right now.
Well,
They've got depth and they're only getting better. The Rams are still trash. The Rams got a few pieces over the offseason, but it's nowhere near enough.
I mean, they did finish 10-7 in the lost the wild card to the funny enough, the Lions last year. Uh, well,
You do have Stafford, you do have Cooper Cup, you do have a few pieces that are dangerous with the Rams, but it's nowhere near enough.
so what stands out,
Jared Verse is new.
I don't really know anybody on that defense other than Tre'Davious White. So I don't.
Jared Verse is dangerous.
Okay,
I can already tell you that. Braden Fisk can also be dangerous.
okay.
It depends. Byron Young has his moments as well. But
Cause
honestly, this defense is not. It's not that spectacular. Uh, it's average at best, and they're still working on it. It's still a work in progress. So this
um,
is where the Lions will start to take advantage and start using some of those weaknesses
and then
against them.
and then again, I forgot they got the 1-2 combo of David Montgomery, Jameer Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jamison
Lamar Jackson
Williams.
got suspended. What the heck?
Oh, see, I didn't even know that.
Reserve suspended. What the? Violating the personal conduct policy.
Oh,
Oh boy, suspended 2 games. So he's not going to be in this one.
so after looking it over, yeah, you know what? I gotta go Lions.
I think Lions will win. Yes.
It could be another close one, but I think Lions will take it.
Yeah. I think 14-point win.
And then the Monday night football game will be Jets at the Niners.
Niners.
Just like that, eh?
Yep.
Um,
Jets have a good team, to a degree, but they just don't have enough weaponry to keep up with the 49ers.
they got a lot of young guys on that team, and I mean, but then again, did they improve that? Oh, did
I'll
they?
give the Jets GM credit. He is slowly, slowly, slowly building that team up. There's pieces on that team that he is acquiring, but
Right.
it's going to take a long time before the Jets are really competitive.
Yeah.
To the point where they're dangerous. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Um, and until then, you're going to see pieces come and go from New York because of money reasons.
Oh
Frankie
yeah.
Louvu was one of them.
True.
Um, just one of the examples. We've gotten a
S-
couple of pieces from them in the past couple of years, but
s-
you know, our coaching staff has been very proactive watching them and
mhm.
seeing what they're dropping.
So I do wonder, did they improve that O line on the Jets? Because I mean, we remember what happened to Mister
No,
Rogers. Really?
no. Ever since Ryan Kalo retired, that was it.
Oh, really? So he got out of there in time.
Just in time, I think. Yep.
Dang. Um. Yeah.
And
Not.
frankly, if I'm Ryan Khalil, I'm saying I don't blame you. I don't
Yeah.
blame you, Ryan. I
That.
wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to block for him anyway.
Yeah. I might have to say Niners. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Jets have a young squad with some up and comers. I mean, of course, Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, San Fran was just in
Mm-hmm.
a Super Bowl, and it's like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to go against them, especially at home, opening up at home. Yeah, it's hard to
Yeah.
go against them. But yeah, those are the matchups for this week, and right now, Kansas City and Philadelphia open up with victories. So yeah, but we got the chance to start off on the good foot, hopefully. I do have a few comments. Of course, Joe Valesco said Jordan Love got hurt. Yeah. Uh, Ryan says Tennessee Titans Super Bowl. I reckon. Interesting.
Mm.
Well, I mean they have appeared in one Super Bowl. It's been a hot minute. Um, speaking of which,
And
what was the
I
last?
will say that the DeAndre Hopkins and the other wide receiver Ridley
Yeah, Calvin Ridley.
combo is going to be deadly.
Yeah,
However, it is Will Levis. Will Levis mostly focuses on short and medium passes.
yeah,
That's his skill set. He doesn't really go deep. That's more Anthony Richardson
right.
territory. And that's why Anthony Richardson has like deep ball throwing wide receivers
Yeah.
tailored to him.
Al-
Um,
Although
so
it is interesting. They went from Derrick Henry to Tony Pollard. Um,
even with that dynamic, it's nowhere near enough. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I
I,
mean,
I if you're a Tennessee fan, I appreciate you, but better luck next year,
I
you know,
mean,
when it comes to the Lombardi.
I
But
will
hey, you might do some damage for a while this year, though.
I will
But
say Will Levis. I mean, 8 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 1,808 yards. I mean, he did a little something something for the 9 games he played in. Um, Completion percentage was 58.4. I mean, there's promise. I don't know if he's
oh
I don't know
man,
if he's ready yet, but there's promise. I will say that. But Super Bowl, nah. I mean, the last time they went to the playoffs was 2021, but then again they had Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill. But I mean,
my lord!
they might squeeze 8 wins. Maybe maybe 7 or 8.
I got some points out of AJ Brown. Jesus.
I mean,
109 fantasy points out of AJ Brown.
Let's see how many
10,
wins.
5 for 10, 119 yards and a touchdown.
Well,
Jeez.
they got 6 wins last year, so I mean, I could see them maybe scooping out 8, maybe 8 this year.
Okay, okay, okay.
But yeah, Titans Super Bowl. Yeah, nah, I can't.
Nah.
Nah, they got a ways to go. But I mean,
Yeah.
hey, I don't know too many Tennessee Titan
But
fans,
hey,
so
best of
hey,
luck to all the Titans fans out there, man.
hey, I can dig it. I can respect it.
Right. Right.
Shoot.
No love lost here, man. You know,
Um, let's see.
I got respect for y'all.
Do you have any comments you need to catch up on?
Um, Isaiah says, man, hopefully Jordan Love is okay.
Yeah, here's hoping.
I think it was 2018. We were 6-2. He gets injured. Season was over, and we are playing great that year.
Yeah,
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 yeah. Yeah, it's a shame, man. But it is what it is.
but on that note, cause I actually have weekend work tomorrow morning. But uh,
Uh,
let's get in final thoughts. Just with this uh week one and all of what we discussed. I'll let you get it started and let you go in. So final thoughts. What you got?
all right. First of all, this is a brand new Panthers team. Don't expect this to be the same Panthers team you saw last year. These guys are going to be competitive. They're going to come in. They're going to be guns and blows.
Hmm.
We're all healthy this year, and it's going to be an interesting matchup. I think it always comes down to the wire when it comes to the Saints. I want to see these players ball the heck out
Yes.
this time around. You are motivated by Dave Canales. You're motivated by your own inspirations of the game.
Hmm.
You're motivated by the game itself now.
Right. Right.
Go out there and execute. I need to see the passion of the Carolina Panthers on that field.
Yes.
I need to see the fiery competitive spirit of the Carolina Panthers on that field on Sunday. I need to see everything that we have been working on this entire preseason put on that field.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Do not leave any points, do not leave any stats unturned. Go out there, take care of business, be smart, be knowledgeable, you know,
Yes.
and clean up your mistakes.
Got to.
If we're going to come out there and win this thing, we have got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot against division opponents. This has got to stop. And it stops right now.
Oh yeah.
This Sunday. This is the beginning of a brand new era, ladies and gentlemen. This is a new era. How much do you want this? How much do you feel like you need this game, Panthers? Do you remember what it felt like to have 2 wins last year?
Oof.
I don't know about you. I don't ever want to have that feeling ever again as a Panthers fan. Ever again. Remember what that felt like and use that as fuel. Use that as fuel. Burn through the Saints with that fuel. And I mean, come out slinging it with that fuel.
Here we go.
I need to see everybody come out with that fire. Taylor Moton, I'm talking to you. Come out there and ball the heck out. Because if we lose to the Saints in week one, that's not going to look good for the new era.
Yep. I
We have
mean,
got to take this game. I've been asking for it. I've been begging for it. And now we're here. Start of the regular season. And it's time. There's no holding back any longer. There's no excuses that we can make. There's no reason why we can't go out there and put everything that we have on that field. Go get that win for Dave Canales. Go get that win for the fans. Go get that win for everybody. Go get that W.
that's
I'm
right.
sick and tired of watching these lazy, undisciplined Panthers teams come out there and lay an egg. I'm sick and tired of it. This has got to be the end of it. It starts right now. The new beginning starts right now. Write that new chapter in Panthers history.
Oh yeah.
We are witnessing the beginning of a golden age of Panthers football. I want y'all to appreciate this for what it is. Soak it in. And remember that you were on this train before all these other bandwagon people came on board. Remember what it took for us to get there. Do you guys remember what it took for us to get there in 14 and 15?
Oh
We're
yeah.
here again, folks. We're here again. Remember this time because when we're at the top, we're going to remember what this feels like. And we're going to appreciate every single one of those wins. That's how I feel every day as a Clemson fan because I remember the Tommy Bowden days before we ever won national championships, before we even made the playoffs. And now I'm looking at a competitive team every single Saturday
Mm-hmm.
that is hungry, angry, and wanting to win a championship with championship energy. Now remember, we just had a practice in their building.
Yep.
I want you to I want you to picture what that championship energy feels like and what it looks like. And I want you to translate that to the field on Sunday. Take that with you. I was so hoping that the players would get a chance to look at all the accomplishments of Clemson, while they were in that building. Because there's a lot of history in that building
Oh yeah.
over the past 10 years. Just soak that in. Because a lot of Clemson fans have been with us for many, many years.
Indeed.
And we understood what it felt like to barely even make a bowl game. We knew what it felt like. And the second we got that new coaching staff, it was like the light bulb turned on. The championship energy turned on. And it never turned off. It still hasn't. It's still running rampant through that building. That's what I want for this Panthers team. I want it so bad I could taste it as a Panthers fan. I want it so bad because I got a taste of it in 15. I was at 4 games in 15, and now I got a taste of it. I want you guys to remember what that NFC Championship game felt like in 2015. Remember what that energy felt like. That's what we're striving for, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I want us to get back to. That's what I want us to be hungry for and attack and be predators for. And once we get there, I want you to look back and I want you to appreciate every single one of these wins that it took and what it took to get there. And remember what it felt like before we got all those wins. That way we can appreciate it, fully appreciate every one of these wins, and know how satisfying it was to get there. With still being hungry every Sunday for a win. I want people to come into Bank of America and be scared to play this team. Genuinely scared to play this team. We got a taste of it in 15. I want it back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's
We
go.
all want it back. Dan said, I want people to fear this logo again. That statement alone sent goosebumps up my freaking spine. I don't know if it did the same for you,
Oh yeah.
but it did for me. And I look at this team and I say, this is the beginning of what this could be. So, my question to all of you in this new chapter of Panthers football, are you ready to begin? Let's go get this W and let's begin this journey together as a family, as brothers, as sisters, as a family. Are you ready to begin? And keep pounding.
I love it. I love it.
That's
That,
a hard one to follow up, man. Good luck.
yeah, I will do my best. I will do my best. Okay. First off, I want to say, look, we haven't won an opener since 2021. That needs to change this Sunday, especially considering first opponent is a division opponent that swept us last season. We as fans don't want to settle for no loss to this team, especially considering we're dealing with a quarterback that has been undefeated against us on two different teams. That needs to change Sunday because I'm sick of Derek Carr, number one. Number two, Dave Canellis. This is it. No more delays. It's time to work. Your first head coaching gig. Congratulations. Happy to have you here. But it's time to see what you're really about. And I think it would be awesome if you got out to a great start with a victory over a division rival.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we got your back. I'm sure the whole Keep Pounding Nation is rallying behind you, but it's time to see what you can really do and if you can be that head coach that many of us are hoping and believe that you can be. It's time to show us. It's time to show us. All right, Bryce, Bryce Young, you have the moment and opportunity to make the biggest comeback in NFL history.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't get me wrong. As we said before, 6, 7 wins, definitely an improvement. But check this out, Bryce Young. You have an opportunity to, number one, shut millions of people up. Number two, make the biggest comeback in NFL history. Not just, this season, history.
Mm-hmm.
Embrace that opportunity. Be humble, but embrace that opportunity. Because you've already got the butterflies out with your rookie season. That's out of the way now. You survived. It's time to take it up a notch. Offensive line. All right, now. We got some upgrades. Y'all better not allow another 60-plus sack season. As a matter of fact, y'all
Mm-hmm.
y'all y'all better not even allow a 40 sack season.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
Shoot. Even if you hit like 30, 35, I might be scratching my head. Just fair warning. Fair warning. Y'all better be on your P's and Q's this season, especially with the amount of money y'all spent on two premier offensive linemen. Y'all better be on your P's and Q's. All right, Icky. You had a good season and then you had a bad season. Which one you gonna do this year? Which one you gonna do? You better get off to a good start. Taylor Moton, I know you're making history, starting your 100th game for the Carolina Panthers, but dude, like that production has gone down. You better start fixing it before it's too late and you're out of here. You better
Mm-hmm.
fix it.
We've been trying to warn you.
This is that door's
Sink or
closing.
swim year.
That door's closing. Um, Hey, Mike, thanks for the super chat, the $5 super chat. Evening, Jason. Well, look who finally got a super chat, dropping in to say hey. Good to see you. Good to
Very
see you.
nice. Shout out to Real Sunchild Saints 0, Carolina 49.
Oh
That's
shoot.
the attitude and spirit we like in this chat. Let's go.
Oh shoot.
That's
Ooh.
the energy we like.
Dang, he
Yes,
said
sir.
he said 49 zip. Goodness
Woo!
gracious.
Woo! I hope that happens.
Dude,
Oh
that
my god, that would be sweet.
dude, that would instantly shut up all the Bryce haters.
Oh, I'll go to Krispy Kreme. I'll get myself some celebratory donuts.
Seriously.
Yeah.
But
Make that happen.
but yeah, offense, like offensive line, y'all better be on your A game. No excuses this year. Defense. I want takeaways. I want sacks. I want this Carolina Panthers defense to be feared like it used to be many seasons.
Facts.
Y'all need to instill that fear back into opposing offenses again.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time for y'all to graduate from bend but don't break. It's time for y'all to go back to being the true threat, the true hunters
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
true Carolina Panthers defense. I'm talking about a Carolina
Yep.
Panthers defense that Hall of Famer Julius Peppers can be proud of.
Facts.
Talking about a Carolina Panthers defense that Luke Kuechly can be proud
Facts.
of.
Come on with it.
Talking about a Carolina Panthers defense that Chris Gamble
Yes,
can
sir.
be proud of. Talking about a Carolina
Yes, sir.
Panthers defense that Thomas Davis Sr.
Woo!
can be proud of.
Come on with it.
Want to talk about a Carolina Panthers defense that
Oh.
one of the hardest hitting safeties in Mike Minter can be proud of.
Uh-huh.
The dangerous four, Mike Rucker, Princeton Buckner, Chris Jenkins, Julius Peppers,
Mm.
can be proud of.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Keep Pounding himself, the late, great, may God bless and rest his soul, Sam Mills,
Wearing
would
that
be
Sam
proud
Mills jersey
of.
right now, baby.
Would be proud of.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and there's so many more names I could go
Mm-hmm.
through. But I want to see that level of defense again. To the level where we're hearing a Panther roar consistently. Game after game after game after game after game.
Yes, sir.
Let's get over the bend but don't break hump starting this Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice while it lasted, but that's not true Carolina Panthers defense.
Facts.
It's time to graduate from that. It's time to get back to what they've been known best for. And offense, I haven't forgotten about y'all. Y'all not that y'all got a lot to work on, but y'all need to get back to that level as well. I know y'all made some changes. I'll give y'all that. Some good changes. I'll give y'all that. But don't think I've forgotten about y'all. Because if it's anything that anybody has anything to say about, I could throw some names out there. Steve Smith, Jake Delhomme, Cam Newton, Smash and Dash, D'Angelo Williams, Jonathan Stewart, Mr. Reliable, Greg Olson,
Yes, sir.
Ryan Khalil, greatest center to ever have laced up cleats in a Carolina Panthers uniform.
Oh, that jersey's coming. That jersey's coming. Next on
Jordan
the list.
Jordan Gross, you want to talk left tackle specialist? I mean, come on now. So let's turn the clock starting this Sunday and let's beat the ever loving brakes off of these New Orleans Aints. Yeah, I kept the S silent for a reason. So what?
Yes, sir.
And I'll
Let's go get it.
reiterate what Corey just said in his final thoughts. How bad do y'all want it? I mean, the media and even some of the fans have been hating on y'all since that dreaded season last year. Y'all gonna submit?
Yup.
Y'all gonna submit to that? Huh?
Don't let them tell them who we are.
I predicted.
Don't let them tell us who we are.
Yeah, I predicted a 7-9 win season. How
We
about y'all?
know who we are.
How about y'all prove me wrong in a good way? Hmm? I challenge y'all to shut me up by making the biggest comeback in NFL history.
Mm-hmm.
I dare y'all.
Yep.
How bad do you want it?
Mm-hmm.
How bad do you want it? Let's do this. Let's do this. No matter what, keep pounding and let's go out there Sunday and let's take a chunk out of those ain'ts.
Mm-hmm.
I rest my case.
Oh, yeah.
Dave Canellis, I salute you. Let's get it done.
Let's go. You got me jacked up to put on a uniform and some pads. Yeah, I want to get out there and play for him now.
Hey,
What a speech, bro. What a speech, man. Hey, yeah, man. Don't let the media tell us who we are. We know who we are. Go out there and show them. Go do what you do.
oh yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it. Come on, y'all. Y'all better not bow down to the media. Come on now.
If we come out and win this division, Dave Canals for Coach of the Year. Isaiah says it. Yeah, that's the energy we like.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's
Oh
go.
yeah.
Come on with it, chat. I love this energy tonight.
Um,
I love it.
Mike says, love your coaching skill.
Feed me.
Mike says, love your coaching skills, Blitz. Jason, catch you next time on the wrestling show. Meantime, go Panthers. Go Panthers.
Oh yeah.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. But yeah, we've waited long enough. It's time to start taking over teams, putting fear into other teams, fans and coaches and players and all of the above.
That's
Make
a fact, man.
make Bank of America Stadium great again. Shoot. Make them want to bring back winning games equals free donuts. Shoot, make me get fat off of donuts. How about that? Shoot. Shoot.
Yeah, man.
Because I know I definitely gained some weight in 2015. I can't even lie about that. But let's do this. Shoot. Man, that's the way you start off a season, with a fire week one preview.
That's right, baby. That's right.
Carolina Panthers, don't let it be in vain. Don't you dare let it be in vain.
Hmm.
Mr. Tepper, don't you dare let it be in vain. I already don't like you, but you know what? You're the owner. It is what it is, but don't you dare let this all be in vain, Mr. Tepper. You've caused enough problems previously. Don't add no more trouble to your conscience, Mr. Tepper. The fans are watching.
Hmm.
The fans are losing patience.
That's right.
What you gonna do, Mr. Tepper? Mister, oh, I'm the second richest owner in the league. Which, yeah, a lot of talk, but but what are you gonna do about it, Mister Tepper? Is that all you're gonna? I'm gonna collect my money. Is that all you're gonna? Is that all you're gonna do, Mister Tepper? Oh, I brought Beyonce to Charlotte. Is that all you're gonna do? Huh? Huh? You ain't
Come on with it, points.
you ain't got no encore? No follow up? I got to sing all the single ladies in the front row. I brought Beyonce to Charlotte. Is that all you got? Huh? 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 I like soccer. Huh? Really? Is that the only sport? You know? You know? What's up?
Oh.
Is that all you got? What you gonna do, Mr. Tepper? Come on, I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Nicole, talk to him. Talk to him, Nicole. Talk to him. Put that draft room phone down and talk to your man. Shoot, tap him on the shoulder. Shoot, let him know. All right, you don't want another. Do you want another march? You don't want that in front of your office, do you, Mister Tepper?
Oh man.
Huh? When you gonna get it right, Mister Tepper? Huh? You gonna You gonna stay out of the way this time, Mr. Tepper? Huh? Huh? What you gonna do? Huh? Are you gonna stop throwing drinks out of frustration? Huh?
Yeah. Yup.
Hold my beer while I go throw this beer. Is that what you? So we're gonna just throw beers now? Just I hope we don't see any of that this year, Mr. Tepper. Why don't you chip in and pay for each of the fans to order a beer and throw it on you if that's the case? Huh? I'm just saying. What about it, Mr. Tepper?
What's coming at you with that smoke, Mr. Teffer? What you gonna do about it?
You know? I like turf over grass. Well, look at what it's been doing, Mr. Tepper. Huh? Huh? Turf
Max,
turf feels smooth. Look what it's doing to, rack up injuries, Mr. Tepper. Huh?
protect your investments, sir. Millions of dollars into these players. You
You
just
know?
gonna let them keep getting hurt?
Yeah. Yeah. Is that what you're gonna do? Huh? I don't have enough budget into the stadium and laser light shows. Oh yeah, look how's that working out for you? Huh? Come on, Mr. Tepper.
Mister, I'm gonna spend $645 million on some freaking LED screens
Mm-hmm.
that we don't even need.
Come on, Mr.
Mister, I'm gonna make sure that training camp tickets are like lottery of Willy Wonka tickets.
Come on,
It's
Mr. Tepper.
ridiculous, man.
Come on, Mr. Tepper. What's up with that? Come on, Mr. Tepper. Come on, Nicole, get them
By the way,
straight.
I'm still inviting people from either Tepper's people or York County people to explain to me what happened in York. Come on to my stream. I want to talk to y'all.
Yeah, y'all do it. But yeah, Nicole, talk to your man. Talk to your man, Nicole. Talk to him. You know.
Make sure he don't interfere no more, man. We can't be doing this no more. Man, this ain't Philadelphia. You can't be throwing drinks at people like that.
That's right. I put players in the Hall of Honor. Is that all you got, Mr. Tepper? Huh? Is that all you can do?
Any owner could fucking do that, man.
You know, I I
Any owner
I can
could walk up in there and do that.
I can press a button. Can you press a button? I mean, do you want me to call up, Mike Rucker and Princeton Buckner? Hey, you made it in. I could do that too. I could do that too. Hey, Chris Gamble, how are you? Hey, what you doing? By the way, you're in the Hall of Honor. I could do that. Anybody could do that. Is that all you got, Mr. Tepper? That's easy. That's easy, Mr. Tepper. Is that all you're gonna be as a rich, easy owner, Mr. Tepper? Huh? Huh? Come on, Mr. Tepper. You know what? I ought to make a big banner and just carry it around. Like if I go to, Panthers games that just says, "Come on, Mr. Tepper." Just every
Oh my god.
just every time, something is out of place or goes wrong, I'm gonna just hold up that banner. Come on, Mr. Tepper. What are you doing?
Oh my gosh.
While everybody, has up, defense signs and different player signs, I'm just gonna have a big "Come on, Mr. Tepper."
That'd be beautiful.
But that's all I
Oh my gosh.
that's all I got. That was a challenge keeping a straight face doing that. Oh man. Whew.
Couldn't.
That was challenging. That was really
That
challenging.
was great.
Oh man. Ooh. But yeah, should be enjoyable. Um,
Yeah.
everybody, let's have a great weekend. Let's enjoy this. Let's get this dub. Let's get on here and
I'm feeling good, man.
celebrate this dub,
That's right.
and then go from there. You know, one game at a time, and we just stick it to the media and to all the haters. Just
Yup.
kind of reminds me of you know that when Tiger Woods would hit those winning putts and he would go like this. He would just round
Yup.
up his arm and
Yup.
just go like this. We just need to get one of those moments where we just round it up. We get that victory and just go bah,
Hey.
just stick it up to all the haters in the media. That's what we need a Tiger Woods moment, winning shot moment. That's what we need. We need to just get that and just round it up and just that's what we need. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah, with that rectangular box of theirs that they put the media in. Karma's a funny thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You got all that video equipment and stuff. Now y'all can even see that out of that rectangular metal box.
See, Mr. Tepper
All
don't.
you little power plays and moves and all this nonsense to try to keep us from getting our content. Look at y'all now. You can't even get your own content.
Oh
And
yeah.
you getting paid for it.
Oh yeah. Sad. Sad. But
Ah,
but yeah, come on, Mr. Tepper. I see
karma's a funny thing, isn't it?
he don't want to meet me. I can tell you this.
It's
I can
a
tell you that
funny
right now.
thing.
He don't want to meet me. But it's okay. You do right, Mr. Tepper. Won't be no problems. You do right. There won't won't,
Oh
won't be no
man.
problems. But yes, Ernest Capu can win this Sunday upset. Oh no, it won't be an upset. Oh no 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 no
No,
no
no, no, no,
no
no, 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 no.
no. I know. Nah, we gonna come out. We gonna win.
We're coming out swinging.
Nah, I want no. I'm not gonna call that an upset. Nah, we. It
We're not
starts.
even considered favorites anyway by the ESPN. So how is that an upset anyway? If anything, we're upsetting them.
Yeah. Shoot.
Yeah.
Upset. Saints gonna be upset. That's shoot. They're
They're
gonna
gonna
be
be upset leaving the field. I know that.
gonna be upset. We just lost to a two-win team. Oh, all right, keep thinking that.
uh,
Yeah.
uh, that's what you're gonna be seeing on Saints YouTube channels on Monday morning. Watch this. On Sunday evening, that's all you're gonna see on Saints YouTube channels. We
So,
lost to a two-win Panthers team.
hey, we
Oh, I can't wait. I
we
can't wait.
gotta do this. Gotta go hard. Gotta go in.
I want to see that happen.
But all goes according to plan. We will be enjoying a victory on Sunday.
And I'll be playing some Sweet Caroline on stream, baby. Because you
Ernest
know what the tradition is around here.
Ernest says Carolina Panthers beat the Saints this Sunday. That's yep,
Yes, sir.
yep.
That's the energy right there.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. But it has been fun, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all have been
Yeah.
an incredible, incredible crowd. Every
Indeed, indeed.
everybody in my chat, everybody in Corey's chat, y'all have been an excellent crowd. All the great feedback and
Hmm.
the great criticisms and opinions. Thank y'all so much for
Thank
how
you, man. It's an honor
for how
and a
engaging
privilege. to continue to do this for you.
Indeed. Y'all have been very engaging tonight. But even great, awesome things like this must unfortunately come to an end. Just for now. Just for now. But
Yeah,
look forward to much, much more.
on Sunday.
And on Sunday.
I'll
And
be doing a live game reaction on Sunday. Be there.
yes, be sure to check his stream out, live reaction. I will
Mm-hmm.
I will fire up a post game reaction and kind of continue the trend that I've been doing.
We'll do that joint stream continuing.
Yes.
We'll do what we do.
Ernest's score prediction is 34-21 Panthers.
Oh, that's bold.
Hey, I dig
That's
it.
bold. I like it.
I can dig it.
I like it.
There we go. There we go.
That's that
Um
energy right there.
and of course as usual, you can find me Blitzball Champ, Blitzball Champ Gaming on YouTube, on Facebook, also occasionally on Twitch as well. But that is where you can
My
find me.
socials as well
Corey,
on screen.
fire off your socials. Yeah. So,
Keep pounding 3869 on YouTube is
yep,
this channel.
yep,
Um, type that number in specifically because of the algorithm. For some reason, it likes that. 3869. My Instagram is Shadow Warrior with 1W645. My Facebook group page is Keep Pounding. Again, that's the Facebook group page. Make sure you get that right. It's not the regular page, it's the group page. I've had people get that confused before. There you go.
very nice, very nice. But yeah, thank y'all so much for coming out tonight. Football season has arrived. I know we've been keeping ourselves busy, being very patient, but we're here. It's time to hop on the good foot and dominate starting this Sunday. Uh, won't y'all join us?
New chapter, baby.
New chapter. Let's go get it. Uh, hope everybody has a blessed, safe weekend. And oh shoot, Ernest says we're gonna be 13-4 this year. Oh shoot.
That's bold.
Oh shoot.
That's extra bold.
All
I
right.
love the energy, baby.
Ernest
I love
is
the energy.
Ernest is like, shoot, bump, just a small comeback. No, it's going
Shoot,
going to
man. I love the energy.
turn the whole ship around. Okay,
Whoa.
dang. Okay, all right now. Shoot, Ernest is on board. He's on board. David Screws, you might want to. Hey, gotta believe her. But could definitely dig that. But yeah, looking forward to it. Should be great. No matter what, keep pounding. As always, we're gonna get through this. It's going to get better, y'all. It's going to
That's
get
right.
better.
That's
Just
right.
be ready to receive it. As
Mm-hmm.
much as, it may be difficult sometimes, but when it happens, receive it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna work out. But anyways, thanks again. We're out for myself, Blitzball Champ, and
Keep pounding.
we will see y'all on Sunday. Take care. God bless. Peace.